Present.
Mr. Mitchell. Here. Mr. Perry.
Here.
Ms. Radel.
Here.
Mr. Thornton.
Here.
Mr. Urban.
Here.
Mr. Lovett.
Here.
All present.
All right. Any additions or deletions from the voting session agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to delete item number 1 under agenda items, county council, until council votes to conduct an official investigation as per the charter requirement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the matter?
Kevin.
Discussion on the matter?
On the question,
Go ahead.
when we're talking a full investigation, what exactly are we talking?
Can you go into parameters?
Yeah, the charter dictates that county council needs to vote on conducting an official investigation beyond that which was conducted, was an informal inquiry. And my motion is to delete that item until council votes to conduct an official investigation as per the charter requirements.
Board members serve at the pleasure of the council, so you can remove a board member at any time. That's my only comment. Anything else?
And you're willing to say.
All right, call the
Yeah,
question.
speak up.
I just said board members are allowed to be
Thank
removed
you.
by council at any time. That's all.
Brian, are you talking about doing an inquiry committee? Is that what you're talking about, or just an investigation of the whole election?
No,
or
just
this?
pertaining to item 1 on the agenda, specific board member that we discussed tonight and we'll be discussing, I'm just saying, there was an informal inquiry conducted, and it was, in my opinion, not complete, which I can elaborate later. Not all witnesses were interrogated or questioned, and I'm just saying remove this item off the agenda so council can vote to conduct an official full investigation with all witness statements as per charter requirements, just relating to that person.
Mr. Chair, I'd like an opinion from the Office of Law on that.
I don't know what charter section you're referring to. If this is something that you guys put the members of the board on, and you can move.
No, the official investigation, with all due respect, Attorney Skeen, only council could, by vote, order an official investigation of incidents such as the one that's concerning item number 1.
So the charter does say you can.
Council did not vote to conduct an informal inquiry. That was done internally by our Office of Law. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying my motion is to remove it off the agenda until council votes to conduct an official investigation of those events as per the charter.
So in the charter, it does say that council can vote to do an investigation.
I'm not saying it can't. My motion is self-explanatory and direct.
My comment would be, Mr. Vice Chairman, is we've already had information provided to us, confidential information, which I think is very complete. And as far as having an investigation by council, I think the investigation was done very well by an independent person who does not have direct ties with anybody in the council.
Any other comments by council members? Mr. Urban?
I honestly, I think, like we as the body here have the power to issue subpoenas and witnesses. We can bring witnesses up here. And I think there are other outside witnesses, even like myself, who will offer some color to the public as far as certain conversations that I had with said board member. I think there were other people in the public and maybe potentially like other elected officials that had contact with the individual over the course. There is a timeline. I have a call log on my phone. I'm sure that other people have call logs on their phones. You're only getting one side from the administration right now. The attorney that looked at this is working for the administration. Everybody's working for the executive branch, and nobody's working for the legislative branch here, in that sense. And I think to get the truth, you need all sides of the story. I mean, you don't just adjudicate something that's one-sided, that's lopsided, knowing that it's very contentious. We are the official body here. We have the ability to vote on opening up an investigation and subpoenaing people, records, and looking at things. And that's one of our powers and duties as county council as a whole.
Well, I disagree with you as far as the solicitor only works for administration. very clear, the solicitor is for Luzerne County. And Luzerne County includes the council. And we've had that discussion many times, and that was very clear.
And they should be in a conflict of interest then, because they
I
serve the
disagree on
two
that.
masters.
They have a role to play. They all have their oath of office and ethics involved. That's incorrect.
Yeah, call the question.
All right, roll call, please, Ms. Lawrence.
To remove it from the agenda. Yes. Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
No.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
No.
Mr. Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Perry.
No.
Ms. Radel.
no,
Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
All right,
6 yes, 5 no.
item number 1 is removed. Additions and deletions to the voting session agenda. Move to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The agenda is adopted. We'll have a comment by Attorney Skeen about our executive session that we had prior to the meeting.
Yes, prior to this meeting, we had an executive session discussing personnel.
We had a special one last week. On Thursday evening. We also had another executive session last week regarding other matters as well. A special one last Thursday.
Real estate.
Real estate one.
Oh, we discussed the real estate and changing the price.
Yes.
Executive sessions don't have to be on the agenda. They have to be announced.
Okay, moving on to public comment. We do have the district attorney, Mr. Sangwadolci here, and he would like to make a comment, but he does have a time conflict, so we'll allow him to go first. On an agenda item, right, sir?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. This is on the budget amendments. I brought handouts, and I just wanted to implore council. I noticed that a number of different things occurred. We made painstaking efforts to submit an accurate budget. Even you'll see the last page of the packet I gave you, we even reduced some of the line items. I noticed that 2 council persons submitted changes. The county manager at the time submitted deletions of 2 of my positions. I would ask that the council adopt the budget that I've just submitted to you, which includes the original submissions without the deletions of 2 assistant district attorneys, and with the reductions in the line items that you see on the last page. I think that that's an accurate reflection of what our office needs to function. And I would just implore you not to reduce my budget further than that. Thank you.
Mr. DA, I thought Ms. Gablick replied to you that those were not deleted.
Ms. Gavlik replied to me that they were not deleted.
Right.
And then in speaking with Chris D'Alessandro, he told me that in fact they were deleted. So,
Hope we get that message right. Which way?
and I think Ryan is aware of, the fact that they were in fact removed, but I think I'm operating under basically the last information that I received.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Before you go, Mr. Switz, you know, was it one of us that suggested to remove them?
No, it was not. It was Mr. Roberts. It was not any council.
Oh, okay,
Original budget.
okay.
And you spoke about that prior. When you did your budget presentation.
In my presentation,
Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. All right, we have several slips here. Ryan Dwyer. Probably on the agenda.
Yeah, this is on voting.
Yeah,
And ask them to stay loose ballot.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because now we removed it.
one has been removed.
Right, you can't speak.
Yeah, not on.
Mr. Dwyer, before you start, is this on agenda item number 1? Yeah, it's on it. Yeah, we'll have you speak at the end. That's okay. I apologize.
No, that's fine. A real quick question, or, because I'm confused, the budget items on the agenda?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you can speak on that. That's
Yeah,
that-
I'll speak on the budget item.
Go ahead.
Okay, Brian Dwyer from Larksville. I was here at one of the prior meetings of council, and the Bureau of Elections submitted their budget request. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in that budget request, was a pay raise for the acting director and the acting assistant director. That's kind of a hard pill to swallow after what had transpired in the county. You know, you generally get a pay raise for doing a good job. And I think we can all admit that irregardless of why it happened, what happened was not a good job. So I don't think that's appropriate that people in that department are given pay raises for what transpired in the county. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr.
Jamie
Lombardo,
Walsh.
I think it's important there. You know, he cited a pay raise. That's not really correct. It's merit raises based on valuations. Evaluations will come from the head of the executive branch to the manager's office. There's no guarantee of a pay raise. It has to come with an evaluation that's done annually. That was the way it was put in the budget years ago, and that's the requirement. There's no pay raise guarantee.
So who submitted those increases in the election bureau?
You got a piece of paper from home? You got the paper, right?
Yeah, who submitted that?
I assume it came from that department.
From the election bureau itself.
I assume.
Okay, I didn't
You
know.
know, those are submitted to the manager's
Okay,
office.
would that be Ms. McBride? Ms. McBride?
I can't answer that.
I would assume they went to the previous manager, so I don't know who we got. They're in the previous manager. so-
I'm guessing Ms. McBride is submitting that, asking for a raise. Okay, thank you.
All right, Jamie Walsh.
Jamie Walsh from Ross Township. I'm here to oppose any pay raise for Beth McBride and Emily Cook. This was a botched election. We now have another election, special election coming up in a matter of months. How are we to know whether this next election is going to run smoothly if we don't investigate the current? And more than her getting a raise, she should be fired. She should be fired. Emily should be fired, and get some capable people in there that can run an election. We've been doing this for decades, for hundreds of years, getting it right for hundreds of years. They screwed up, they should be gone. Furthermore, I do want to talk briefly about your 3-minute time limit that's here. Do you offer 3 minutes per agenda item or 3 minutes in total?
3 minutes in total, sir,
3 minutes in total.
per public input.
There's 3 inputs, so you get 9 minutes altogether.
9.
There's 3 sessions of public input, so you get 3, 3, and 3, if you want to stick around and speak.
If I wanted to speak on 3 agenda items right now, would I get 3?
3 minutes total on the
Okay.
agenda item.
So that is in violation of Act 65, the Sunshine Law, and you better get it right, because we're coming here. We got a group of people that are putting you guys under a microscope right now, and you better get it right, because we are allowed to speak 3 minutes per agenda item. Look it up, read it, ask your solicitor, and don't take your solicitor's word for it, but ask him to look into it and do your own due diligence. We are here and we are not going away. You are under a microscope from this point forward. Every move you make here. We've been asleep too long while you've been pillaging. You got 96 million sitting in the, and I'm not saying just this board, I'm talking, this has been for decades now, this uniparty in this town. It's over. And you better look into the 3 minutes per agenda item, because you will be getting questioned moving forward about every agenda item. Thank you.
What was the act number?
Act 65 is sunshine.
Thank you,
law.
thank you.
Leanne Bush.
And 3 minutes is a recommendation.
So
I'll be
back.
Okay,
And 3 minutes is a recommendation, sir. It's not state law. It's your policy here that puts the 3 minutes in place.
Desiree Edwards. Desiree Edwards.
When do we, the constituents, get answers to our questions?
Ma'am, can you state your municipality, please? Okay, all right, thank you.
we ask questions at these meetings and we never get answers, no matter what meeting it is.
Ma'am, is this on an agenda item?
This has to do with, yeah, the election part of the agenda item.
It's, ma'am,
With
it's
the-
been,
with the voting for a board member.
it's been removed from the agenda, but if you'd like to comment on it, you can come back at public input at the end of this meeting, if that's okay.
Well, we already held that agenda item in the beginning, so I think I would be able to comment now.
No, that's not how the rules work here, I'm sorry. All right, if you want to speak on it, we can let you speak on it, but just wait until the end, that's okay.
More lawless.
Okay, thank you. Joanne Martin?
It's about number
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Koken,
Number one.
number one. Okay, thank you. Walter Griffith, Controller Griffith.
Thank you. I'm real curious as to why the podium was moved to this side of the room. I guess it's so the public can't see who's speaking. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Actually, I think they had it this way yesterday.
Last meeting.
No. the
Why
election
did
group
they-
had it. I don't know. But I was surprised.
So
it
was
not.
that a function of council to move the podium from over there over here?
We did. I think it was the election board.
Council,
Okay. But anyway, on agenda item number 2, monetization. I think that is a dangerous thing for this council to do. The one-time fill revenue, as Mr. McGinley said many times, and previous councils have said many times. I understand the restrictions that we have in this budget. We have an $8 million hole to fill. We did that when we took the homestead away from the people with the understanding that they were going to get the money back. They never did get the $5 million hole, but they left when they did that. Now we're going to do a monetization. Every year that we monetize, we're going to get less. We're going to get less. It should be monetized. Yes, it's great for now because you need the money now, but down the road it's dangerous. And I don't think it's a good practice for this council. I don't think it's going to be good for our bond rating, and I don't think it's a good practice. So council needs to seriously consider. Yes, it all looks good on the front end until next year comes along, and the year after that, monetization is not a good process. Motions regarding budget amendments. In your position budget on page 200 and something, it clearly says that the director of elections is getting a raise. Clearly, she's going from 64.5 to 67.5. That's in your position budget. That's on top of the merit raise that's in her budget of 2%. That's how it works. Read your budget. Your budget does not include the merit raise as the raise that's in the position budget. Your position budget reflects the same salary, and then you get the merit raise after that, and that increases your salary. That's how it works. Because if you look at every position budget that's in here for non-represented employees, they're all the same from 22 to 23. Every one of them, except for the 2% raise. Now, next year, you'll see the raise in here, if they get it. That's why it's called a merit raise. This budget amendment was put in there on purpose to sneak it through, so this person would get a raise. Now, the manager submitted this position budget in October. I get it. That was before the time frame when the election process happened and all that fell apart. I get it. The election process fell apart. It's time for council to do their job as financial managers of this county and send a message to the people of this county that you are not going to reward bad behavior by giving raises out to people that don't function properly. I'm not saying that you need to cut her salary, although that would be appropriate in this instance. I'm saying a raise is certainly not appropriate. And that's what this council needs to do. You can't fire her. You can't discipline her. You can't recommend her be removed. But you certainly can reduce the amount of pay that she gets as a financial matter by this council. Or that's your fiduciary responsibility. So do it. Thank you.
Mark Grabo, Hazelton. I'm not speaking on number 1, I'm speaking on number 3. The budget amendments. To expound on what Controller Griffith said about the election or acting election director, I think by allowing the raise for the acting director and the acting deputy director of the election bureau is no different than previous years in rewarding incompetence. And this is gross incompetence of the worst kind. So by doing this, you're by actually going forward with the merit raise. And I would suggest that you cut her salary in half, because you don't have a director that actually has any experience. I said when the former county manager was present and hired her as a deputy director, I said that that the county hired Luzerne County's version of Kathy Buckbar, who had no experience and was hired as an acting secretary of state. So now to not only give her the full raise or full salary, excuse me, plus a merit increase is a slap in the face to every disenfranchised voter that was sent home because of no ballot paper. How does that look? I mean, it's unconscionable. So please do the right thing and don't reward incompetence based upon political connections, even though, and I'm sure, Mr. Vice Chair, you were here when Madam Chair read the number 7 off of the home rule study recommendations about why Luzerne County should go to home rule, not to reward cronyism, nepotism, and political favoritism. So by doing this, it flies in the face of why home rule was even suggested to be put in by the Luzerne County voters in the first place. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment on agenda items? Anybody here in the audience? Sir, go ahead. Can you state your name and municipality, please?
Sure,
This is on an agenda item, sir.
I believe so. My name is Joe Grantita, I'm from Plains. I just want to know if these people do get a raise, does that mean that they merited it? That they did a good job for someone?
The raises are, that's what they're called, merit raises. So,
Pardon me?
yeah, they are. That's what the raises are called. It's a merit increase. So that would be on their
So the
merit.
screw
That's
up
correct.
would be a good job.
Well, we haven't voted on that yet.
I
So,
know, but I mean, if they did, does that mean that they did a good job?
well, if they didn't do a good job, they will not receive a raise. That's
Well, it all depends on how you're looking at things.
Depends on
whether it's a
how
good
the
job or
council
not.
votes. Okay.
Got it?
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? In the audience? Anybody outside? All right, in the meantime, if anybody's coming from outside, we'll start with the Zoom. Vivian, Chrysler Messina.
Hi, this is Vivian Kreidler Messina from Nescapeck Township. Concerning item number 3 on the agenda for the increase in raises. I don't feel that the acting deputy or the acting person in charge of the Bureau of the Election Bureau should be getting raises, especially since back in September when they went on national television and stated that they checked these election machines inside and out. If they had done their job back in September, they would have known then that these machines did not have paper and that there was issues with these machines, and they left it go until election day. Unfortunately, there were quite a few people that were disenfranchised over that. So to give them merit raises for doing wrong should not happen. So I hope that the council will look at this and not give them those raises. And as others have said, actually, they should be gotten rid of. But I know that the council can't do that. Only the acting manager of Luzerne County can do that. So, but the rest I will say at the end of the meeting, since agenda item 1 was taken off of the voting today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you want to go ahead? State your name and municipality, please.
My name is Michael Rogers. I live in Rail Street, Worcester, Pennsylvania, North Main Street, in the city. I have a small building up there, and I also reside. Basically, I just want to say to all of you, the election was an absolute farce. It was horrible. Disenfranchised.
Sir, is this on an agenda item?
I
But you can say whatever you would like to say, sir. Just you have to do it at the public speaking session in the end.
Oh.
Yeah, if that's okay. All right.
If I
Okay, thank you.
if I could just say, 2 agenda items that we have are regarding delinquent real estate tax liens. And the other one is regarding budget amendments. Those are the 2 items.
Yeah, if you have a comment on one of those, then we're happy to hear it now. Otherwise,
Okay, no, I apologize.
okay, that's okay. No, that's understandable.
It's just like, is anybody out here?
You're okay. Thank you. Yeah, come back at the end. Thank you. Mark Schaefer. Mark Schaefer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mark Schaefer from Wilkes-Barre, and I just wanted to talk about the ongoing discussion about the funding for the Election Bureau. And for me, it's kind of silly when people talk about that. You can't at once claim that you want someone to head the Election Bureau who has years of experience at the same time say they should half their salary. If you want to get qualified people, you have to pay the wage that a qualified person would actually get. And the wages at the Election Bureau right now are a joke. Most of the bureaus around us, even though they're smaller counties, get paid more money. And at the same time, you have to deal with people like a certain member on the Election Bureau who had to get thrown out of office and investigated by the Office of Law. And when you have to deal with that type of work environment, it's very hard to attract talent. So of course you have to increase the wages of people at the Bureau of Elections. It's baffling to me that anyone's surprised that we had problems with our elections when both our director and our assistant director are both acting. If your entire leadership is acting and no one there has any actual experience working at the Bureau, of course you're gonna have problems. And the only way you can avoid those problems is by actually funding the Election Bureau appropriately. Instead of dealing with all of these farces caused by Alyssa and all the other members.
Okay,
who are
Mr. Schaefer, please keep it on agenda items.
I mean, this is about the funding of the Election Bureau. Just saying that, like, if you want your county government to work well, you need to fund it properly. You need to generate an appropriate work environment and shelter your employees from harassment and abuse. And when that's not happening, county government, we end up with county council meetings like this one, where instead of talking about the budget at a budget hearing, we've got 50 people there trying to talk about some random other issue. And
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
what a clown. Thanks, Ben.
Is there anybody else for public comment? On agenda items. Claudia Glennon.
Claudia Glenn, Salem Township. I'm sorry, this is not on an agenda item, but can you please mute people who are not speaking on the Zoom platform because someone's eating their dinner or doing something and it's very annoying for us trying to listen to what you're discussing.
All right. Can you just mute them until they're called on? Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? I don't see any other hands raised. All right, if not, we'll move into the agenda. Item number 1 on the agenda is now motion to adopt the resolution.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Oh, motion, I apologize. Motion to adopt the agenda. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, we did. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion to adopt the minutes of the previous meeting.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now, motion to adopt the resolution selling delinquent real estate tax liens, otherwise known as monetization.
Motion.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Any other questions? Mr. Geronimo always here if anybody has any questions on this. All right, if there's no questions, all questions. Roll call, please, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. LaScavitch?
No.
Mr. McDermott?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Graham?
No.
Mr. Thornton?
No.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. Willoughby?
No.
Mr. Venus?
No.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yes.
And,
Thank you. All right, now we'll move into motions regarding budget amendments. Not sure how we previously have done it, but I don't know if anybody in particular would like to start.
I would like to make one motion, that maybe it might help us get started.
Go ahead.
Last meeting, Manager Sweats submitted some cuts that he had gotten from the different departments and heads. I would like to make a motion, we accept all those cuts with the exception of the reserve fund.
I would second that.
And the reason I'm excluding the reserve fund is because we might have to go that later on in our budget process. So all of the cuts that the Manager Sweats submitted, is with the exception of the reserve fund.
Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Is that sheet, I think it is that page 39 of 39 in our package?
39?
39 of 39?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on motion? Any questions from Mr. Sweats? No? All question? Roll call, please, Ms. Lawrence.
Blumer,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Terry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel, Ms. Radel. Mr. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Radel. And yes.
All right. Any other budget amendments that anyone would like to speak on?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Yes.
I had a number, so I don't know how you want to do this. You want to run through them one by one, or you,
I believe that's probably.
yeah, probably the best bet.
We've gone one by one in the division over here. Again, I don't think we want to do division by division, so if you have more than one per division, that's probably fair.
Do you have them separated by?
I have them separated by division, so you can go right through. If
Go ahead.
anybody has any.
No, other than the email, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Other than the email, do we have that sheet here in front of us?
Yeah, it's right after Brian.
It's in the handout.
Yeah. So this one, it starts with, it's like an email, it says thank you. Smaller packet.
That's the
Signed by you, Carl?
Actually, no, they're not. I don't think any of
Yeah,
them.
I don't think they're here.
I know it's,
I have it, I know that.
Are they in the packet or are they in the handout?
If you look at the one that has the email attached, it's the third page.
This page?
It starts on the top, it's wages non-rep, 66,858.
That's it.
Right here.
Page three.
yeah, it's- okay, so on the back.
No,
Okay.
no, go one more page. Oh, no. Have your hand on it. Right
Yeah.
hand.
Landscape.
All right.
Oh, I didn't see Carl's email.
Well, oh, no, that, no, I think everybody originally sent.
All right, is everybody on the same page physically and metaphorically?
All right.
We should.
All right, Mr. Venus, if you'd like to start.
Okay, so I went pretty much in order, starting with us, county council. My first, I made two cuts from us. The first was in wages, non-represented, budgeted for 2023. We have 66,858. I proposed a $22,000 cut and take it down to 44,858.
I'll second that.
Just on the question.
Can we do county council cuts together?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine. All right.
So, and then the second one was under, it's 560,84 recruiting expenses, 10,000 down to 8,000. I had talked to Chairwoman Radel previously about this one. I think initially I was trying to cut all of it, but I do think we will have some expenses with regards to county manager search and things like that. We're in a different position now than we were when I originally posed them. So I would move for both of those cuts.
I'll second that. On the question.
Is that 22,000? Is that for Sharon's
It
assistant?
is for Sharon's assistant. That is correct. So everyone knows that that was the proposed.
The only question is that we approved that position at a previous meeting legislatively by resolution.
Last year.
Do we have to take and negate that resolution?
No.
No? Just
No.
not funding the position,
No,
right?
Yeah, just,
Okay.
we've done that in the past, Steve.
So we're gonna leave it open with the 0 in it?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, roll call please, Ms. Lawrence.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Lovett?
Yes.
Mr. Venus?
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch?
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, so then the second group was from the county manager. Again, I made the cut consistent with Mr. Robertson leaving, so it would be under wages non-represented. I went from 286, 466, 262, 466. Again, it's a cut of $24,000. It is consistent with, the prior manager leaving, and we now have a different set of circumstances. So I would just move for that budget amendment. I think we need a second before we vote.
Second. On the question,
On the question?
Mr. Lombardo, you submitted also
I did minus for less, so I'll be voting no on this because I think that it should be remove 21,500. I can't remember the exact number that I had, but there was a round number that I wanted for the manager's salary. I believe it was 160,000. I want to say the number was
21,500 and 160.
Yeah, 160. So that rounds the manager's salary down to 160 from what it is now. That's what my cut was. So we want to have a discussion on that. That's fine with me.
well, I make a motion for amend the amendment to 21,500.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's going down to 21,500 in budget savings.
Yes.
All right.
Well, we vote on the amendment.
Yeah, if we pass it, just to make sure I know it's.
That's on the
21,500. Yeah.
Well-
Okay, there's more county.
We can't hear you.
I'm just discussing how to vote on this that would alleviate the double vote. If we just not vote on yours,
No,
withdraw yours,
mine
we can vote on.
are these. Yeah.
Fair
Well,
enough.
we already have.
Easiest way, I'll withdraw.
One vote.
All right, clear your heads then.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
All right.
it's-
Just, you
it's
don't
voting
have to
on the
amend it,
amendment
you
and voting on the-
just withdraw yours and
Right.
then.
You withdraw your
That's
second.
what I'll do. I'll
Procedure.
withdraw.
He withdrew it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Second.
you withdraw second, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So we need a new second.
All right.
Cleaner.
Manager.
We're gonna still copy.
Okay.
So John,
Continue, Mr. Venus.
Okay, so we're moving
Sorry.
on. 3, I believe, is the district attorney's office, which is 4194. So my first cut was from travel expenses. It was from 20,000 down to 15,000. Budget savings of $5,000. I would make that motion.
Again, can't we put all the district attorneys
Oh, okay.
together?
Do we have to do them one by one by one?
No.
All right, fair enough. So then I'll move right along. I had 3. The second one was from capital cases, 150,000 down to 100,000, so a savings of $50,000 budget savings. And the final one was from examinations and witnesses, from 150,000 down to 120,000, which is a budget savings of 30,000. And I would move for the admission of those budget amendments. Or I apologize, I think I'm in court. I would move for those budget amendments.
I'll second that.
Yeah, okay. All right, on the question, Mr. Swetsness.
I am in no way, shape, or form advocating for the district attorney. It's his office, his elected office, but he was here and handed paperwork. If council wants to table it, you can make the cuts, but he was just at the podium advocating a different set of numbers. I did not review these 15 pages. They weren't shared with me, so it's up to council. Again, it's your meeting, but he stood at the podium and advocated these cuts, not those.
My only question is do these interfere with any of those? Do you know? Carl?
So I don't think, from what I'm seeing, examinations and witnesses is the only one. And again, I'm cutting 30,000, he's cutting 10,000. So.
And Mr. Lombardo, we're working on budget amendments tonight. If there's a good reason that something changes during the course of the week, we certainly go back and review these and change them if
That's
we
true.
have to.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was a motion, was there a second, was it Mr. Wilovich? Oh, I said,
Yeah.
oh, okay, apologies. All right, roll call, Ms. Lawrence?
So we have a first and a second on the 3 amendments for the TA. All three.
All three.
Okay. Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, next, we have the solicitors. I think it's 4151, special legal services. I cut, the 2023 proposed budget is 5,500. I cut it down to 5,000 or 500,000. So I think I said that wrong. Proposed budget 2023, 550,000. I cut it down to 500,000, savings of 50,000. And I would make that motion. It's my only one from the states.
Also, on the question?
All I ask is that the division heads be heard. It's council's meeting. You can clearly move forward with the cut, but they are in attendance. Mr. Skeen's here. So I just ask that, Sam wasn't, if they get a minute to talk, and then, hey, council, it's council's meeting.
And I would actually request that, and I'm very interested to hear this.
Mr. Skeen, go ahead if you have any.
Sure, we are already over budget this year, especially the services in particular. So if we cut it, it's gonna have to come from somewhere because, as you know, if we're sued, we have insurance for those. We have to pay the deductible, which comes out of the budget. And we have no choice. Our insurance company is gonna appoint counsel for us. And we have to pay for that. And then, as you know, we have cases that either settle or we could lose. We win some of them, but it still costs a lot.
I have a question. So just so I'm clear on this, because I wasn't clear, special legal services involves outside legal counsel outside the county, typically for lawsuits and insurance companies that we carry.
And also for some conflict counsel. Was that just in office of law?
It was just, actually, it's just in the solicitor. I apologize. Just the solicitor.
So that would be outside counsel. When you say outside counsel, there's also, as I explained when I was up here, the guardian items are coming into the office and paid there for each conflict.
If I may, Harry, just to follow up, so the reason why I'm proposed to cut is, so as of the date that we got these budgets, you all had spent $329,848.80. You were requesting 550, we budgeted 515 last year. Are you saying that since I got this, you have since reached the 515,000?
I know it's higher. I can't say for sure we reached the 550,000.
Okay.
Again, if you want to move forward, if you have a meeting. I know it's more, but I don't know. I can get it. Move forward.
Okay. I'll hold off on this one until the next
You'll
one.
withdraw?
Yeah, I'll withdraw that.
All right. Continue.
Okay, so, next is 4171.
Check, that's all.
Bear with me.
Fine.
I believe it's,
Small tool.
yeah, so it's operation services, so 4171. And my first cut, I'm gonna make them all right now, it's small tools and equipment. And I went from 10,300 down to 2,800, so it's a budget savings of 7,500. Other contractual services, I went from 144,650 to 120,000, so again, a budget savings of $24,650. The agricultural program, the 2023 budget is 32,700. I went down to 24,600. It's a budget savings of 8,100. Gas, 81,000. I went down to 56,000. This is consistent with the department head request because I know with the gas, everything is going up, but that's where I got that from. So it would be a budget savings of 25,000. Engineering and architecture, 100,000, I went down to 70,000, that's a budget savings of 30,000. And the last one there was that machinery and equipment, it's 500,000, I dropped that down to 0, but I would be most definitely open for discussion about funding that through some other type of source, as I do think it would be more of a one-time payment this year, so I would just move for all, I would make a motion for all of those amendments.
I'd like to.
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
On the
So-
question, go ahead, Ms. McDermott.
In regards to the engineering, I had mentioned at the last meeting that there's a possibility of, we're paying the money to have a survey done in subdivision. It will cost about $100,000. Excuse me, I'm going hoarse. And the possibility of selling the property and then subdividing it and selling it off, we have the potential of $1 million to make there. So out of cutting 100,000 out, we are cutting out potentially $1 million because that property will sell.
What one are we talking about here?
The engineering?
Engineering,
architecture. Pardon?
It's 55018 we're talking about.
Engineering architecture.
That's what you have, 55018.
55018.
Going from 100 to 70.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I think my reasoning for this was we budgeted, 500 last year, so we have an increase of $150,000. So, but I understand the.
Yeah, it's just one thing, again, to spend the money is one thing, but to have the potential of making $1 million is a big thing.
Wait, explain that because I'm lost on.
With, do you remember wasn't it last meeting?
It was.
We talked about with the engineering, the Butler Township property that we own, it's like 500 some
Right.
acres. We have to have it subdivided,
Right.
and then we could sell off some property. We have Keystone, Job Corps that we have to
Right.
subdivide and keep that.
Right.
And a couple other things, but if we can subdivide it and sell it, we have a potential of making $1 million. The properties were appraised in 2018 for like $860,000. But, value has gone up, and people are definitely interested in that area.
So is that item,
That's 55018 engineering
So,
and agriculture.
that's not that entire item though, it's just part of that item?
But,
Yeah, it's part.
yeah, I'm cutting it from 100 to 70, so I'm cutting 30,000.
So 70 would still cover the engineering on that property? That's what I'm asking.
No.
That,
It won't.
no, just for that property. I know you had a couple other
Wait a minute.
projects.
Mr. Kurtz, would you like to respond?
Go to the
Yeah, feel free
podium.
to come to the podium.
I don't know. If
Hi,
there is-
Rick Kurtz from operations. So, no, if that money is cut, that budget is based on actual proposals for that work. So if it gets cut, then it would not be able to be completed.
So if we made the cut, we lose out on the revenue
Right,
stream,
right.
then Councilwoman
Yeah.
McDermott, okay, well, then I would move to.
And regardless whether you sell or not, that subdivision is an asset to be able to do something with the property, whether we talked about potentially even leasing a piece of it too. That's, it's all, we'll need to do that.
So my only question, that 100,000 then represents in its entirety the engineering for that project?
There is several subdivisions that are needed within that funding, and that is one of them. So all three of them, I think there's 3 of them in there.
Are they in the
Have to be
same
done.
vicinity? are
Yes,
they?
yes.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
If that seems like it would be more of a one-time expense. It does. So do you think maybe we can use ARP funds for that?
I will withdraw and I'll just put ARP down next to it.
Okay, we can discuss it next. We can discuss it
In
next.
that regard to that engineering, we put the 70, take $30,000 out of the reserve. The deed proposal goes through and we need more money, they could go request it and sign it.
I'm all right.
You've already had the proposal though, right? You
Yeah.
have,
As you well know, sometimes the proposals change.
but also with that, maybe working with the Jetto Mine Tunnel with that, possibly, cleaning up the stormwater. It's not stormwater, but cleaning up the water.
The mine
That could
drainage.
Possibly work under our
Yes.
funds.
Yeah, I'd prefer to see it taken out of water because it's for public safety. If there's mine drainage there, to be cleared
So
up.
what do you?
I could.
Okay, so what do you think here? Should we take the 30 and, or just,
Leave it at
you know,
70?
leave it at 70 and just cover it with?
Can we maybe just table it for now?
I
Just
will,
go-
you know what, that's what we're
I
doing.
make a motion. Cut it to 70, put the $30,000 in reserve.
Do we have a second?
Well, do you want to just amend your motion to approve all of those?
No, keep that one separate, because I'm gonna have to vote.
Yeah, I
If we
think-
can use ARP.
What do you, should I just remove that one from this group? I think it'll be easier that way than keeping it. All right, so I would make that motion.
Or you're just going to change your original motion to all of them except for that?
Except for the
And
one,
then, are you okay with doing that?
No, no. Oh, I thought you said yes. Just looking my way. I apologize.
So we're going to vote on them except for that line item.
That change won't be. Stay at one.
So we're taking it out of his proposal.
I'm gonna say that's almost how much, but that would be.
I have a question. Before we go.
Is it about that item specifically?
No, the next 500,000, but that's in his motion.
Okay, we'll go, no, you just alter your motion and then have a second and then ask a question.
Okay.
okay, so I will alter my motion just to remove that.
And Mr. McGinley, still being the second on that, removing that item from the group.
That works.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6.
On the question, Mr. Thorpe.
Explain the machinery and equipment going for 500,000.
Okay, so that is so first of all, this is gonna go in conjunction with one of Mr. Lombardo's amendments that are coming later. So, that line item right there was the 500,000. It's when Mr. Plesh was talking here, it's for the machinery, the equipment, stuff like that, and we had extensive talks about this. I think that we can give that out of some other fund, the capital plan, ARP, something like that, as opposed to putting it on the taxpayer, at least for this year. I know Mr. Plesh indicated that he wanted ongoing revenue in that department. But if you look, we are giving a significant increase in an earlier one as well. I think it is for road maintenance and repairs. So again, I just think this is something where we can get away with covering this through the capital plan, through ARP funds, through something else this time, and that's 500,000 we're saving tax.
Would you consider, instead of going to 0, give them something small for one piece of, I don't know what.
I think that is a good, that's not a bad idea. And also, I mean, this
Maybe 100, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would not object to that, but I wanted to make some type of cut there. So I figured.
I think she was one cut on $1,000 reserve.
Okay.
They need it.
Mr. Kurtz,
Okay.
please
Go ahead, Mr. Kurtz.
interject.
So the 500,000, what we were talking about was for some dump trucks for plowing and hauling material for road work in the summer. Each dump truck is $250,000 equipped. So $100,000 wouldn't allow us to even get one. Yes, we need other equipment. We need pickup trucks that they use to haul the guys and equipment to the jobs too, which are much less. But in order for us to maintain the roadways, which we don't have a lot of time when it snows, you need a truck for each individual that we have on staff, which we're limited to as well. So that's what that money was going to be utilized for, specifically to get 2 dump trucks, which if we don't, so those are very far way out when you order those, right? So we had an opportunity from a company to reserve a spot, if you will. There was no commitment whatsoever made, but that gets us probably 2 dump trucks in this year. It's not going to happen probably till later this year. Is that
Okay.
Is that
hold
clear?
on a second. Hold on. Mr. Wilovich, you first, then Mr. Liscavige, then Mr. Thorpe.
Mr. Swets, how much is in capital expenses?
I looked at the plan, there was 1.3 million, we moved 2 million, but then we took some from the roof. So I'm sure there's enough to cover 500,000, and I would agree that this is definitely capital in nature. I know there's other things in these other lists that are capital, but it's up to council, but if you want to remove it and use it as capital, I think you can do that.
So, Mr. Kurtz, I gotta tell you, the price of these trucks drives me nuts.
Yeah.
To drive from Wilkes-Barre to the other side of Mountaintop drives me nuts to go plow a road. I would like to see us reach out to every municipality where we have roads for snow removal.
Right.
And pay them a sum and see what it would work out to be.
Right.
Because I can't imagine that it wouldn't be cheaper than to pay $500,000 for 2 trucks, manpower, salt, everything else, and then the time to and from, where some of these places are pretty far out. We have municipalities with trucks right there.
Well, we do keep our trucks within the district that they plow. So we're not running across the county, but to your point, I don't know, because I'm, as you know, I'm relatively new.
Yep.
So I haven't broached that opportunity, see if the townships would be interested in doing something like that. Not sure what the details of that would have to be.
But I can tell you this, because when myself and Mr. Thornton were on West Pittston Council, I was responsible for the trucks, the salt, the roads.
Right.
I do know this, and I see the vehicles parked, in different areas. When you put salt in the truck like that, and if you're not religious, bringing it back that night and washing it out and getting that thing clean, that thing will be rotted out with this brine and everything else in a matter of 3 years.
Absolutely.
And there goes $250,000 right down the toilet.
Right.
So if we don't have the facilities to park these things in a heated garage and the ability to rinse them out, we're just throwing money away.
Well, the design of the trucks is made such that to accommodate some salt in it through the season. But yes, definitely at the end of season, they need to be cleaned.
Correct. You can get a stainless body,
Right.
but then you're also you're talking brake lines, you're talking brakes, you're talking,
Yeah.
I've seen it all.
No, the trucks, the trucks do take a beating.
They take a beating when you do it right.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
I would just like us to look into that.
So we had tried to subcontract some of the plowing work. And I'm not certain if that was actually, if we reached out to the townships as well, but I'm going to venture to guess that they don't have the capacity to take on the additional roads in the township, but that's just my thoughts. When we contacted contractors, I'm talking big contractors to small contractors, there was nobody that could handle just a small piece of what we needed done. Because they're just at capacity and everyone is faced with the same problems with workforce. Some have trucks, they don't have people to even operate them.
What fixes that in a hurry is the season with no snow. But I will tell you, just one more thing. When we were on West Pittston, once again, we were paid $100 to plow the bridge. That's
took 10 minutes.
It took us 10 minutes to blow away Pittston and come back.
Sure.
And there was no sense for you guys.
And that's an awesome deal. Yeah.
And we were happy because it took us a matter of 10 minutes to go across that bridge and back.
And they paid us $600 to run a street sweeper over and back.
Yeah, we did better picking up
plus-
dirt than we did snow. I have a question.
Well, Mr. Irvin has a question first. and then you-
What I was looking at, I was actually just, doing this little search here on ARP money and dump trucks, and I see there's a municipality in this country that's buying a dump truck for $180,000 out of their ARP money. So can we maybe look at Booth or ask them a question if we could take that money?
We can ask the question. You could take it from, you definitely take it from capital. I think you could take it from ARP. I'll confirm with Blue.
Right. I mean, it's
There are options, which is nice.
Right.
Right. That's what
At the very
I
least.
mean, because
maybe
you
we
could technically use a dump truck for stormwater management because you are sort of pushing the
Certainly.
snow off the road.
No, you do.
Yeah.
Public safety.
Public
That's
safety.
in the ARP
So
department.
you just have to tie it into one of those buckets.
That's fine. I mean, if it's better to take this somewhere else, then,
And I think conscientious.
ultimately, from our perspective, we just need the tools to perform the work.
Right.
What bucket it comes out of is up to you guys, what works best.
I think, from the clarification, I think if the managers are taking public safety or stormwater management, something like that, let's look at taking out of the ARP money, see if we can just get some clarification.
I can clearly ask Booth for more counsel, and if they said no, if they say yes, great, if they say no, you can still take the capital, or you can still take it from the general.
I mean, technically, it is a public safety issue though, too,
It is.
because you're cleaning off roadways and preventing accidents from happening.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
I think for Mr. Scavenge, we'll gladly ask, but I don't see that being resolved in a week. I mean, we have a week to pass the budget, we have 120 miles all over, it's a great idea, we should do it.
Well, like,
We're not gonna get an answer by
I mean,
next
there's
week.
another municipality doing it. I just looked it up, so, if they're doing it, I would assume that somebody already did their legal homework on it. Just,
Yeah, I would say that we're not necessarily on shaky ground
No.
using ARP money for it, but that's up to you, however you want to present this. If you want to.
Oh, I'm still making the full cut, so,
Okay.
I mean, where we go from there.
Go ahead, Mr. Thorne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kurtz. Again, back in our past political life, Mr. Liscavige, more or less took ownership of researching vehicle purchases, heavy
Yes.
equipment, and whatnot.
Sure.
And quite often, we found that instead of buying a brand spanking new dump truck,
Right.
you find one that's 2 or 3 years old, that's in excellent
Yes.
shape, and we got substantial savings on it. We did that with police cars and trucks and whatnot. I've just thrown that out as a suggestion, instead of 250. I mean, Mr. Urban just mentioned 185. I don't know. We don't know what bells and whistles.
Yeah, you don't know the specs that,
Right.
yeah.
But
sure.
sometimes there is excellent equipment. We use CoStar's
Yeah,
program,
absolutely.
which I don't think is available for the county, but
We're certainly not opposed to used vehicles, good used vehicles.
in great shape.
Uh,
Yeah.
The problem in recent times have been, if you had looked at purchasing trucks, the cost of used vehicles was right next to what the cost of a new one was,
Yeah.
because you couldn't get a new one, So the used value went way up.
Sure.
Just like I'm saying now, for these two trucks, you had to retain a position to get them for 2023, or you're not getting them.
Mhm.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, or go ahead?
Kurtz is here. A couple of years ago, Mr. Kurtz, we purchased, it was 4 trucks, stainless steel body, the whole thing. And we
Yes.
promised at that time that they would be fully taken care of. Mr. Sarah talked about the salt and things, that would all be taken care of.
Yes,
Are those trucks being
those
used
trucks
for
are
plowing?
operable and working well, yes.
We have plows on each one?
Yes, yes. And I know last time you spoke with Larry, I don't think he heard what you were asking, but yes, they're fully equipped to plow snow and disperse anti-skid and salt.
So we have 4 that are there.
Yes.
Relatively brand new.
Yes.
I know the mileage on them is not
Yeah.
very much.
What we need is 9 to do the work that we're doing.
We only have 9 employees in that.
That's right. But there's 120 miles that need to get cleared. Sometimes every hour it's got to get a pass needs to be made. So that's the challenge, keeping the roads safe as quickly as we can, so we don't create a hazard. The less trucks we have, the less service we're going to be able to provide, and that's totally up to you guys. You hear the calls and the complaints that we get. So you know just as well as probably better than I do, because I'm again new at this podium.
Mr. Kurtz, back when Mr. Liscavige was on town council, he used to jump in a plow truck and plow all night, volunteer services.
We would love to do that.
He might be available.
I would be glad to do that. I've done it in the past, but unfortunately, we have rules due to the union in
Yeah.
our, doesn't allow me to do that.
I only hit 5-part cars.
I can see him in the plow, you in the street sweeper.
I actually pulled some all-nighters in my previous operations job in disastrous snowstorms.
I won't lie to you, it's an awfully boring job.
For sure.
All right.
The only other comment I wanted to make before we move on is I just don't want to leave Mr. Kurtz hanging here. I want to, if we decide to take this from the capital fund or ARP, if it's better to do it now, I'd rather do it now to make sure he has some certainty. So what do you all think?
Where it comes from would be part of the
Yeah, okay, all right.
that's on another.
Okay, so then we don't worry about that right now?
Well, that's up to you.
Okay.
With like a gentleman's agreement, right?
Yeah.
At least.
Capital plans require amendments to the work.
Okay, all
They
right.
have to have a first reading, have to have a public hearing,
All right.
have a second.
I just don't want you to think that, you know, I'm gonna have you walking the plank here with nothing, so it's, you know, I will move on it.
Mhm.
You have my word.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
I mean,
So there's a motion and there was a second as well.
Yeah, I've got some other comments on the first three items. If I could have call Matt Jones up, they're his area. He could better speak to those items. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
What I'm passing out is just some information on what funds were recovered for that department, which is the funds basically that are being cut. So these funds that he's going to speak of are items that we get reimbursed for. So it's in the general fund, but it is they all, or at least 95%, you'll be clarifying that, are funds that would be recovered.
Good evening, council. I'm Matt Jones. I'm the Director of Planning and Zoning. I'm here with Division Head Greg Kurtz. We wanted to respectfully object to the proposed cuts, the first three cuts of the batch from Mr. Venus. 90, as Greg said, 95 to 96% of the cuts are expenditures that are fully reimbursable to Luzerne County from state and federal government sources. The only expenditure proposed to be cut that's not fully reimbursable is the 1.4 thousand proposed to purchase computers that are less old than the old computers two of my staffers have that are on the front lines of my customer service. And their computers freeze periodically. And you'll remember last week that Mr. McGinley advised me that I perhaps should have asked you for more money to purchase new units, which would function longer before becoming obsolete. The final decision is with council, but I came to you with a modest request so that I could get computers that won't freeze for my staff that are at the front door receiving customers. The other proposed cuts that are in that small tools and minor equipment line would disallow purchase of a new laptop for myself, as well as 2 computer tablets used to collect and report roadway characteristics data in real time by the transportation planners that we have that work for us in the field. Now, that may seem like not a big deal, but I wanted to tell you that all 3 of these computer purchases which would then total the other 6.1 thousand, they are fully reimbursable under our existing grant contract with PennDOT and the Federal Highway Administration. So that if we don't front those expenses and purchase that equipment, it's like we're leaving money on the table is my perspective that I wanted to share with you. Under other contractual services line, we host 2 transportation planners who work for the county and for the MPO. We are under contract with PennDOT and Federal Highway and Federal Transit to produce 5 documents over the next 2 years, including a congestion management study and a transit study and so on and so forth. The proposed cuts in this line would reduce what we could pay an expert consultant by $24,650. So the consultant would be paid, instead of $100,000 total, roughly $75,000. This expense is also fully reimbursable under our existing contract with those 3 government bodies. And I provided a handout there that shows the strong track record demonstrated by my staff for collecting back this money into the county general fund. Over the last 5.5 years, we have collected $1.4 million to pay for our transportation planning work here at the county, along with those partners in Lackawanna County. That 1.4 million came wholly into Luzerne County's general fund. So all of the staff hours, the equipment purchases, and the other contractual expenses were made whole for Luzerne County. We have been told that, okay, so I'm asking council to front these expenses. Over the last 8 years, the MPO has suffered 2 cuts to the overall reimbursable program budget by PennDOT because less than 75% of the allotted funds were spent. We got close to that figure, but not to that figure. We have been told that these cuts will continue if we don't achieve the 95% allocated, if we don't spend the 95% allocated. This would impinge on our department's ability to fund bigger ticket projects, such as the 25-year long-range transportation plan, which outlines, working with our partners, what infrastructure improvements we're going to have state and federal funds pooled into to fix not only state-owned roads, but sometimes county and local roads as well for the next 25 years. That project is supposed to be revisited every 5 years and republished, redeveloped and republished. We have been told by our state and federal partners that conversely, those MPOs that spend 95% or more of their allotted budget, they are awarded increases by PennDOT for future out-year budgets. The final line item I wanted to talk to is the agriculture program. I respect the councilman's effort to try to cut these expenses for the taxpayers' purposes. I understand that completely. But again, this is another item that happens to be fully reimbursable from the state government. So the $8.1 thousand cut would allow our county to only preserve 2 farms this coming year instead of 3. All of these expenses are paid back immediately by the State Department of Agriculture. The last items I'll say is that there's currently a wait list of 21 farms in Luzerne County eligible for preservation under an easement program. If we're unable to front this expense, it creates sort of a cash flow bottleneck, resulting in longer waits. Some of these farms have been waiting for decades to see their farm preserved. They are willing to sell their development rights to the government to promise that it will not be turned into a suburb. Waiting 1 more year can sometimes mean that there is a death in the family and ownership of that farm changes, and we lose that opportunity to preserve that farm possibly. The next several farms, which have floated to the top of the eligibility list, happen to be larger size properties, I am told by the Conservation District Board. These larger size farms cost more money to survey, appraise, and close easements upon. The larger budget I presented to you requests this increase in upfront costs. Again, it's fully paid back by the state. The final decision lies at you, but not fronting these expenses essentially amounts to leaving money on the table. And I wanted to tell you that before I have to leave now and go staff the zoning hearing board upstairs right now.
Okay.
Before you go. Mr. Jones, before you go.
Go ahead.
You talk about all reimbursements. Are they reflected in your revenue?
That's a great question.
Just yes or no?
The agricultural reimbursements are reflected on a year-to-year basis. So the answer for that is yes.
So all that money, $33,700 is part of your revenue.
Yes, the revenue line is exactly reflecting that amount.
Contractual services.
The transportation documents under that line, we front the expense, and I'm asking you to front the expense, and then the county is paid back within 6 to 12 months of that expense being borne out.
So is that part of your revenue?
The lion's share of it is reflected in my revenue. There is a portion of it that I have put that would show has being recouped in 2024, so that it is not in next year's budget.
Roughly.
I would have to guess. To guesstimate, I would say 33% of that total figure.
So that's 33% be over 10,000, almost $50,000. It's 144 now. Maybe like 47,000.
It could be. It's tough for me to think about it on the fly. I apologize. You could be right, sir.
Well, suggestion. And the small tools and equipment, I agree, you should have what you need computer wise. You have $2,800, it should allow you to get your 2 speaking about. And I think you have a few other items there that you're now saying that you need a laptop and some tablets, right?
Yes.
So if you got another $2,200, does that allow you to get that equipment?
5,000 total.
Those computers, the computers that can be reimbursed, they come to 6.1. The $6,100. The computers that I cannot get PennDOT to pay us back for total they total 1,400.
So back in 7.5.
That's right. That's the cut that Mr. Bean has proposed.
Well, no. This was 7.5, so we take 7.5 from 10,300. It's almost $3,000 in cut.
The other 2,500, the 3,000 is for purchase of traffic counters. And that hasn't been proposed to be cut. And so, but that is another item that we're looking to purchase for our equipment purposes that we could get paid back completely by PennDOT.
And all that money is in your revenue?
60 to 70% of those costs would be recouped in that same budget year. A portion of it would not be because there's this sort of lag time. But I can guarantee you that at some point in the future, it is wholly collected.
So the 60 to 70% in your revenue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Urban.
I guess the bigger or the larger question is that you have these figures from the last 5 years. To me, this is more like an intra revolving sort of loan fund that you have in your own department. So if we're constantly adding money to the pot is growing exponentially over the years, right? Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It can, except for last year when we had less programming happening.
Okay.
And we recouped the funds for work that had been done in prior years.
I get that, but
last year we were $227,000 in the black in our department
So-
after having been in the red for 2 years by maybe 70,000.
I mean, so if you're getting 100% of the proceeds back at some time X, okay? If we continue to give you money year after year, your pot is actually growing and growing and growing, right? Year over year.
For the transportation program, but not for the other aspects of the program. And again, last year reflects that. The 2021 budget, I asked you for less expenses because I didn't need them. The programming was going to be less that year. And we ended up making the county $227,000. But that really was just us recouping money that you had fronted in prior years.
Right. I mean, this is a little different because we're actually fronting money, but we're fronting money annually to your department. And if you're continuously asking money to front, you're basically loaning it from the county and you're putting it back in your pot, but you're saying you're putting it back in the general fund. Why not just keep it in your department? So in perpetuity, it's always there. You know, and then you don't have to come back year after year asking for more money or less money. And then on top of it, why isn't IT supplying you with the computers? Why do you have to go out and get your own? Why even have an IT department in this house if everybody's doing their own IT work?
So the two answers to your question, sir,
Yeah.
the two answers to your questions are, my department currently has not been afforded an endowment fund, so to speak, where I could have a sort of revolving amount that, you know, it's a year-to-year thing. So I have to take all of these programs that straddle multiple years in design, and I have to shoehorn them into a budget that is fiscally conservative and responsible.
Sure.
And only ask you for the expenses I need at the time I need them, and then go out and collect that money that you're owed religiously.
I mean, I get that, but there are other functions like IT is, to me, a capital expense. It's for the entire courthouse.
And the second answer to that question is,
if you need,
I went to IT and I said, I've got computers at freeze for 2 staffers.
Right.
What could you guys do for me before I go out onto the black market or the private market? And because I hear rumors that you guys have a stash of computers that are sort of left over and they're not obsolete, but they're not brand new, but they could be maybe repurposed. They said, we will give those 2 computers to planning and zoning, but you need to have council allot in your department budget funds to get them from IT. So I'm paying IT to have them. So, because somehow
It makes no sense. Though.
that's what
I mean. That would be
that's
another
what
conversation.
somebody in
Accounting
IT told us.
purposes another day.
All right, we can
I
speed this conversation along
yeah.
a little bit.
It's a
Go
little-
ahead, Mr. Thornton, last question, if that's okay.
The 144,650, 144,650 bottom line is that's all reimbursable eventually.
Which figure, sir?
That was the other contractual services. 144,650, the second item you spoke about.
That's the other portion that was for the. subdivision.
No, he's talking about other contractual services.
Did he?
That is under my department.
No, I think he said it's all reimbursable, but he explained it a real long way, but.
So you're asking about the full original amount that I'm asking for next
144,650.
year? Yes.
Is that fully reimbursed? Either next year or the year after?
He said all three of those items eventually within like 18 months.
All but approximately $500 worth of it.
Okay, all right,
99% of it.
okay, all right.
Okay, all right, so I'll call the question if we have nothing else.
All right. Roll call, please, Mr. Lawrence.
This is to approve the 5 budget cuts, not the line items for engineering and architecture. We're not voting on them. But the other 5, we have a first and a second.
Is that correct, Mr. James?
Why don't we, because there are the issues with these 3, why don't we just do those 3 and then we'll do the other 2? This way, because I don't think there was any issues with the other 2. What do you think?
It would be 3 and 3, right? Gas.
No.
the other-
We remove that one, and I'll just withdraw that one for right now, so we don't have to waste the time, we can just move on.
You mean the 3 he just spoke about?
Okay, so the 3 he just spoke about, we'll vote on at one time, and then we'll vote on gas and the machinery and equipment, and then the engineering and architecture, I'll just withdraw from this meeting, so we'll address it at a later.
I have like one idea.
I have a motion. to approve that.
Yeah, but Tim has
I was gonna say, can we fully fund those 3 since they're reimbursable? And when they're reimbursed, put the reimbursed money back into special or into reserve,
Sounds good, I'd be all right.
into reserve.
This is something right.
So then we have to reword the motion.
We would.
No, you don't.
Because then, because the money's coming back, and you just put in reserve at that point. What's that?
So,
You either cut it or you don't.
Right.
It's not, we don't vote on where it's coming from, how it's.
No,
getting
I
there.
know that, but what's the motion on the floor now?
So, yeah, why don't we just,
Let me vote on the cut.
yeah, all right. fair enough.
For all, the first 3? One,
For
two,
the
those?
first 3, yeah. let's
So
do the
state
first
your motion.
Okay, so I would make the motion for these, the budget amendments for the small tool and equipment, other contractual services, and architectural program.
You mean
I apologize, agricultural, yes, it's been a long day.
Your motion is to cut them as they're written on this sheet?
Yes, and my motion is to cut, I'll go through, it's small tool and equipment, 10,300 to 2,000, or the amendments to 2,800, savings of 7,500, 144 for the other contractual services, 144,650, down to 120. And that would be a budget savings of 24,650, and then the last one is 32,700, 24, I cut it down to 24,600, and it's a budget savings of $8,100. I'd make that motion.
I'll second
Oh,
it.
no, Mr. McGinley did.
Okay, all right.
You already seconded all these, so we're
all right, roll call
on the first.
on the
3.
first 3.
Mr. McGinley,
Yeah, I think it's mad.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Mr. Thornton,
Just to clarify, if we cut them, we cut them, but if we don't cut them, we're fully reimbursable, right?
Fair enough. that
So
is-
I vote no.
fair enough.
Mr. Urban,
Because they're reimbursable, no.
Mr. Wilovich,
Same reason, no.
Mr. Venus,
They're reimbursable, I would vote no.
You're allowed.
Mr. LaScavitch,
No.
Ms. McDermott,
No,
Mr. LaBar.
No,
So that fails, those 3 fail, so they stay as the 2023 proposed. Now, the next one for the gas, are we voting on that one?
We are.
And that was a first and a second. Who are we saying the second was Mr. Mitchell?
I believe it was Mr. McKinney.
It was, well, yeah, this is beginning on the original. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we're going to vote on the 81 to 56 savings of 25.
Roll call.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby.
Yes.
Mr. Venus,
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
That's unanimous. And the last one is the machinery and equipment from 500 down to 0, first and second of Mr. Venus and Mr. McGinley.
Now the question, just the understanding going forward is if the motion passes and that goes to 0 in the amendment, we're looking to fund it by other sources. Correct. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Perry. Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, Mr. Venus, continue.
Okay, I am just gonna withdraw the engineering and architecture one. I don't know, Tim, what you wanna do with that, right?
Well, I have a motion for that, cut the way.
Motion on the floor for that cut. Is
So
there a
that would be part of Mr. McGinley's budget amendments, correct?
Excuse me?
That's on your budget amendments?
No.
Your sheet?
Oh.
Yeah, it's online.
So are we on the question?
Yes.
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
On the question.
Okay, all right, Mr. Urban, second first. Well, he seconded, yeah, he was the first one to second it. Go ahead, on the question. Mr.
Other
Thornton.
question. This was the issue that Ms. McDermott explained, right, that we kind of need that money
Yes.
to go forward and possibly realize a lot more revenue in the future.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
This is on the 30,000? Correct?
30,000 savings.
Going from 100 to 70 with the 30,000 savings, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby.
No.
Mr. Venus.
No.
Mr. LaScavitch.
No.
Mr. Lombardo.
No.
Ms. McDermott,
No.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
No.
Fail.
Fails.
7 no's, 3 yeses.
Okay. All right. Mr.
Okay,
Venus,
we're
would you like
almost
to-
there. I
Yeah.
promised 2 to go. So 2 departments to go. I think this is the coroner. So my cuts from wages overtime, it was from 25,000 down to 15,000, which is a $10,000 savings. Office supplies, 12,000 to 7,500, which is $5,500 savings. Meetings, conference and training, 8,000 down to 500, 3,000. 8,000 down to 5,000, 3,000 in savings. Forensic exams, 380,000. There is a typo there that should be down to 300,000. So we're missing a 0, and that's a budget savings of 80,000. Toxicology is 150,000. It's down to 125,000. It's $25,000 budget savings. Viewing and inquests, 100,000 down to 80,000, 20,000 in budget savings. And lastly, we have removals, 40,000, 43,000 down to 35,000. It's an $8,000 budget savings.
The office supplies will be 4,500.
Oh, thank you very much. It would
You're
be
welcome.
45. All right.
Because I know how cheap you are.
Yes, you do. All right. And I would move for those amendments.
Those were the ones from,
They were all the ones from the corner, because there's so many and we're getting mixed up, I think, yeah, let's just do that. And if I,
Good evening, council. Joe Matthews, our county coroner, is here to speak about our amendments, and Brian Shumsky is here to speak about the
Could you
sheriff.
just
ones
speak up
next.
a little bit? I can't.
Sorry about that. I just want to say to please keep in mind, our death incidents have increased 70% since 2019. They're holding steady. That has nothing to do with COVID. COVID numbers were kept completely out of that. So, you know, a 70% increase in death incidents means we need more money in the department. And in the sheriff's department, in the society we're in today, cutting positions in the sheriff's department is not a wise move, in my opinion. But I'll leave it to Jill and Brian. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I have the unique position of speaking on a budget that I was not part of creating. So I've only been here for 5 weeks. I did put some numbers together to justify why I would oppose or want to negotiate some of the cuts that are proposed in this amendment. As far as the wages for overtime, I know that you're all aware that my department has asked for the addition of 2 field investigators, one to be funded from the general fund and one to be funded from the opioid settlement money. So in my opinion, the overtime item is highly dependent on whether or not we are granted one or both of those positions. I believe that's also going to tie into the amendments on the viewing and inquests, as well as the removals, because that also comes into play with expenditures as it comes to per diems that we pay to do those views and removals for our office. On the office supply line item, I would propose a negotiation on that, maybe $9,000 for a small cut in that department. We do have different office supplies than most departments. Our office supplies don't include just pens, paper, notebooks, things of that nature. Our office supplies are covered, our body bags, our gowns, our gloves, and those are items that are not funded by our VSIA account. So that's where they would be paid from. As far as the meetings, conferences, and trainings, I would just note for council that we are required to have 8 credits of continuing education every year. That is each of us that are full-time. The forensic exams, I'm happy that you noted that was a typo because I had a small stroke when I saw that. So the forensics exams, you know, we have a duty to people to be thorough in our investigations. On a lot of cases, we do a toxicology and we subpoena someone's medical records. And in my opinion, that is the bare minimum that should be done when we're doing our job. So a forensic exam comes into play then when we can't determine what happened after we've done the toxicology and subpoenaing medical records, and we still can't figure out what happened to this person. And we owe that to the families of the deceased and to the deceased themselves. They're often required in criminal cases, as council is aware. The fentanyl epidemic, we're pursuing more drug delivery resulting in death cases as far as criminal incidents go. So there's been an increase over the last several years in forensic examinations as it comes to drug overdoses. I would note that we're approaching that number of $300,000 at this point. I would also note for council, as far as yearly numbers go, we will have our 110th autopsy tomorrow. At this point last year, we had about 30 less than we're at now. So we're already 30 autopsies past last year's numbers, and we've also surpassed the 2020 numbers also. And I probably don't have to tell you this, but there are unpredictable events that happen that go into these numbers as well. We had the plane crash, which required a lot of man hours and several trips to the scene and dealing with that. We had the Nescapec fire, which was 10 deaths in one evening. So all of that feeds into the funding for the forensic examinations, the overtime, and the other line items. As far as toxicology, we're real close to the $125,000 number that you have proposed right now. And we still haven't been billed for some of those. I would note that our numbers for toxicology are up since the last 2 years. We're up than 2021. We're about the same as 2020. So I think reducing expenditures in those categories would not be prudent. And I would ask that you do not approve those amendments or we renegotiate those amendments.
Can I, because I had proposed a cut for the forensic exams.
Yes.
From 380 down to 360,000. Do you think that's a number? 'Cause I know, Carl, you cut it down to 300,000.
I did review your amendments, and in speaking with Joan and looking at the numbers, I think that the 360 is a much more reasonable proposal. I think we would probably be able to work with that.
We did that on purpose.
Mr. Thornton.
Regarding the forensic exam, you did mention the unfortunate deaths due to opioids. Would any of that expense there be covered by this opioid grant money? Would it be eligible
I do not believe it
if
is,
they're
but
opioid deaths?
I do not know for sure.
Because that's something I think we should look into. If there's state grant money available for some of that,
Right.
that I'd be comfortable knowing that before I actually voted on a cut.
How much of that would you say is responsible for that amount?
What is what responsible?
Opioid deaths.
Of the over,
Of the.
we realize you're only there 5 weeks, but
No, I'm just trying to get an idea.
If I could just have a minute.
would it be half, fourth?
I would say it's a significant percentage. Our year-to-date overdoses, when I did the November monthly report, we were at 139 confirmed and 23 pending. Obviously, not all of those are getting autopsied, but we're at 110 autopsies as of tomorrow morning. And there's minimal, other categories that are playing into that right now. Homicides are a little lower than they were last year. Vehicle accidents are a little lower than they were last year. So I can't give you an exact number, but the overdose deaths are definitely playing into the number of forensic examinations that are occurring.
Mr. Urban.
Yeah, once again, thinking outside the box with supplies, public safety, gloves, ARP money, once again, because I think that's another, I'm looking at another article that I looked up, surge capacity preparedness. In midst of a crisis, preparation is key. Funding may be used to ensure your facility has the equipment and capacity you need to respond to surges and keep your workers safe. Emergency preparedness equipment includes mobile morgue systems, portable descendant cooling systems, emergency response vehicles, and more. So can we look once again at ARP for the coroner's office? Because you could tie COVID into that office somehow, some way. You just have to create the link in some methodology.
We could, but I think these lines aren't really.
Well, gloves, body bags, things like that are, in my opinion, would be covered expense under ARP.
They would be, but when that goes away, we have to address it.
Well,
I'm not trying to
yeah.
discount what you're saying.
No,
It's just that if you do that
I-
now, at some future, it's gonna be general fund expense.
Sure, but if there's some CapEx things too that,
I just want to make a general overall statement. We're looking at this year coming up as an extraordinarily anomaly year. 40 years since we had this inflation and the recession that we're headed into or have been in. That hasn't happened in I don't know how many decades. So this year is just worse than any other year to raise taxes. So we're looking at any way to plug a hole. And I get it. That's not budgeting 101. You're not supposed to do that. But we are in an extraordinarily troublesome time right here. Now, next year, might I vote for a tax increase? I might, if we're seeing the economy and inflation and everything else is tamer. But I just think it's disastrous right now. And if ARP money could cover, and it's eligible for safety and health reasons like this, I'm all for it.
especially if it's an investment in a piece of CapEx equipment or something, it's a one-time purchase that's going to be used many years out. I think it's smarter to take it from that pot if we could just tie it into public safety in some way.
First of all, it's not a one-time purchase. Items that you all
Well, I mean, if you're talking like a morgue,
ongoing.
right, but if you're talking a morgue
If you
system,
read your email from these requests. The opioid money is probably not going to be available for long. They have
right,
suggested a procedure. to Look at that opioid money and make decisions. So, in my eyes, we don't put anything into opioid money until we know the money's there. And the other part is, we're sitting here, and I know it's tedious. I said several hours with Carl the other night, and I spent 6 hours here over the weekend. If we don't cut anything, are we gonna pass a budget? And I think clearly the answer is no, because clearly we have people who have already stated that.
right.
So if you're not gonna cut the budget, we're gonna go back to the 2020 budget. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm saying cut it out, but use it from somewhere else.
We've gotta cut something if we're gonna use it someplace else.
Well, I'm saying you could take some of the revenue from ARP. right? To use it for what their needs are.
That is,
I know it's bad practice.
as Mr. Thornton said, he's a financial advisor.
Sure.
That's a terrible practice.
But if you're buying a big piece of equipment that you need for public safety purpose,
No big piece of equipment.
well, okay, so if you're dealing with body bags, do they have a shelf life?
I think that we probably go through them fast enough that. the
And
shelf
that was
life
going
is
to be
not-
my answer was I
Not really
think
relevant.
they do. We do go through them pretty quickly. So I don't think that they sit long enough, at least in my 5 weeks of experience, that we have a reserve that's sitting out there that's not getting used, that we're not going to go through at a steady rate.
But ARP is gonna be around for a few years.
I just want to say that when I was going through and looking at amendments that I was going to make for the budget, and of course, I'm not finished yet, but there were some departments that I looked at and said, I really don't think it would be wise to cut any funding from these departments because they're terribly underfunded, understaffed, and the coroner's office is one of them. So I will say that I'm not supporting any of these amendments.
Again, John, the coroner's office, we've added positions over the years. That was run by just the coroner and one or two people. We added a deputy, we added a field investigator. You know, I don't disagree with the fact that some of the staffing is difficult. But we made efforts to have the type of staffing. You know, we've had a lot of changes in the coroner's office, unfortunately, over the last several years. And different philosophies have been developed. Because of that. When Mr. Listman was a coroner, we ran about half this budget. And that was his philosophy. Through Mr. Hughes and went through Mr. Hagan, now this young lady. Everybody has a little different philosophy. It's our responsibility to make sure we fund them appropriately up to a certain level and then let them do their work. But it's not, you know, we have responsibility to make sure the budget reflects that kind of work, reflects that kind of stuff.
I agree with you 100%. But at the same time, just as this is an extraordinary year, recession, all these other things that we've been talking about, you know, we're in a situation here in Luzerne County where we're number 3 in the state or number 2 in the state for opioid deaths. And our emergency system, you know, that I work for is overwhelmed by what's happening to it. So I have to deal with these people on a day-to-day basis almost. So, you know, as anybody could understand, you know, I can't support these cuts.
Okay.
We can call the question if nobody else has any.
I would just make 2 changes, will make our lives a little easier here. I would switch that consistent with Councilwoman McDermott's amendment. It would be the forensic exams. So we're going from 300, the amendment would be from 300 to 360. And so it would be
380, 380.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 380 to 360, a budget savings of 20,000. And then I would also agree to the negotiation there with regards to the office supplies. I'll amend that 7,500. That was my original amendment to 9,000. So instead, we're having a budget savings of 3,000. And that's for office supplies.
So are you just correcting the number?
I'm just correcting, I'm changing the numbers from what I originally, and this way we don't have to have Leanne go through the same thing
So
again.
it went from 12,000 to 7,500 or 9?
To
Oh,
9,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Okay,
And then the other one went from 380 to 360.
that one, thank you.
And with that, I would move for everything. I would make the motion. Sorry, I keep thinking.
I'll second.
And on a question that, just to clarify, that includes 7 items down to the $8,000 savings item.
That is correct. Removal.
7 items. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Question, any negotiations, any more negotiations?
It was well done, I think.
Is
So.
there anything else that you?
You know, it's hard to throw out a hard number as our numbers continue to increase. And I understand, you know, operating under different philosophies. I dealt with Bill when I was with the DA's office. And I also know Frank from my employment at the DA's office. I do think that Frank made some great changes to the office. We were way behind the rest of the state in terms of tracking within the office. We were not electronic at all, I don't think, before Frank took over. So while Bill may have operated on half the budget, he was also doing a lot less than should be done in cases like this. Like, this is someone's family member, and they're dead. And we have an obligation to that person and their family to do a complete, thorough, and accurate investigation into the circumstances of their death. And I think that many of the changes that Frank made when he was in office, while they are costing more budget-wise, we are also giving more that we should be giving under the law and what we owe just ethically to families.
Anything else?
I just have one comment about that. I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Lissman ran a great office,
I agree with you.
and he was doing very well, and we provided a new circumstance for him down there. We weren't behind. We were not behind. In fact, I think we're ahead. Well, I think to bring Mr. Lissman's name in, and that's kind of, it's not proper.
I mean, to be fair, you raised his name in terms of the budget
I did raise his
changes.
name, not in a negative sense.
And I did not say it in a negative sense either. I have nothing but respect for Mr. Lisman, but technology.
All right, okay, all right. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Roll call, please, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Lovett?
Yes.
Mr. Venus?
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch?
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Raven? Excuse me. Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
7, 3, no, chastity pass.
Okay, Mr. Venus, last
Last group, and I'll be done. So this is, I believe, the sheriff's, it's 4197. So I have, okay, yeah, so I have wages represented, it's down from 263,592, or that was what was in the 2023 proposed budget. I took that down to 206,592, but that is based on the department head. So I didn't think I was cutting any position. I thought, okay, all right.
No, it would cut a position. I don't have enough to fund my current
Okay, so
position.
you cut that one.
I did not.
Okay. all
So,
right.
so if we, hold on, if we could go back, the line item that you actually have is non-represented.
Okay, thank you.
That's my non-rep. So what that was cut to, I can't fund what I currently have.
Okay, so I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
So if you allotted me the 206,592, that would not cover the salary of the employees I have.
So that recommendation was,
I'm sorry, sir?
Non-represented employees?
Correct.
So those are not deputies, but
Lieutenant. Yep. Myself, I'm sorry, myself and the lieutenants and the chief.
okay.
So that cut was, why was that reflected in the budget the way it was then? If it was at that 206 number? I'm a little confused myself.
That was the amendment. The 206 was the amendment.
Okay.
My requested was 263,592.
Right.
Where did 206 come from?
Yeah, that was what I'm
Let me
asking.
find it all.
I guess.
Okay, so that is the department head. If you look under wages non-represented, the county manager requested 263,592. It says department head 206,592.
Okay.
I went with the department heads.
So-
The lower number as all.
So there was a position change during the year. That's why that's represented like that. The difference actually came from represented wages to cover that.
Okay,
That's where that came from,
so, but what you're telling me now is 206,592 is not enough.
to cover what I currently have, correct?
Which obviously, we can't do that.
That would be an issue,
So,
yeah.
Yes, that would be a slight issue. So do we need to do the 263,592? Is that what?
That's the
That's what
amount.
it
Yep,
is.
yep.
Good, so.
how did you submit 206?
I didn't. So there was a position change throughout the year. And what happened was I took from represented wages and it went into non-rep wages. I don't know how it got reflected like that on the position, but, or on the budget.
Did you submit that number? 206?
I did not. Mine should have been 263,592.
And all of a sudden, though, it appears in the draft budget at 206. Nobody knows where it came from?
There was a position.
Yeah, you gave up 2 positions to have a chief. Right? And then I think previous manager gave up 2 positions.
3.
2 more.
No, 3 additional. That's what I wanted to address also.
That's not what you said when I was here.
It was. Okay.
Okay, well, obviously, that changes things a bit. So just to make it easy for tonight, I will withdraw that or that.
Withdraw the wages.
The wages rep,
5, 10, 15.
correct. And I will withdraw that for tonight. And then, so the remaining 3, I would make the motion.
You're gonna get this from our money?
Okay, so that is one last thing. Thank you, Councilwoman
That's
McDermott.
important.
With
It's
regards to the clothing and the uniforms,
Yeah.
so we cut the 35 that or the
95.
yeah, we cut
20,000.
from 95 down to 70, I believe. So it's actually 25,000 there. And what we were proposing was potentially also throwing a little bit, covering that, because I think that is for the ballistics vests. That was the increase from last year's rate with regards to the uniforms. We want them to have the ballistics vests, obviously, but I think they're every 5 years, right? That's when you-
They are. They're due this year. That is something that's contractual, so we would
Which we
have
would
to
have
fund
to
that
do.
somewhere.
But again, that might be something ARP funds, we're good for 5 years, we get them covered and that's that. It's not something that's going to be year after year after year. So that's what we were thinking.
I know Brian doesn't like that, but I kind of like it.
I don't, but it's okay. I'm not counting.
And I understand that, but again, so I will not forget about these and I will be driving you all up the wall. To
Well,
make sure we get
and this is something that should be covered under ARP, at least from my understanding.
I agree.
Your Honor. So also the people here, and it, not to say it's a one-time expense, but it's closer to a one-time expense.
Yes,
than-
because in 5
Yeah,
years,
it's a couple
they're
year
gonna go out
expense.
on them again.
Right.
My only concern is timeframe, when that would happen. The expiration is coming up. I have to put out an RFP. I have to get proposals back. We have to meet with vendors and everything, just to make sure we could get it within that timeframe.
When's the expiration, do you know?
Mid-year or February,
You have to give a specific amount.
excuse me?
Budget is scheduled.
That'd be fantastic.
You'd have to give it that specific amount to Tony.
I could do that. Yep, we have the, yeah.
We have. Okay, so that would be, I have nothing else to change.
So that's only the machinery and equipment that you're proposing to come from the ARP.
No, that's clothing and uniforms, because that's where the ballistics vest is.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so repair and maintenance, again, I've just made that cut in the same thing with meetings, conferences.
Any other questions?
So the 3 cuts are 25,000, the next one 8431, and the last one 8,000.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Chomsky, anything?
Yeah, I mean, can I go through the other ones that you have there?
Yeah, if you'd like to quickly.
Yeah, please. So meeting, conference and training fees. I have never attended a conference. I would rather put the money towards the deputies and have them training. As I stated before, half of my department is not certified. 60% has been here for less than a year. I need training. If we do not think of this training money as an insurance policy, because what happens if we don't train and something happen is we're liable for that and we get sued for failure to train. I need this money. There's no other way around it. I have no other way to state it. I have always been a very good steward of my budget. I don't spend money carelessly, and I really think that it's imperative that they get this training.
So
Since
for
it's
the
public
meetings-
safety, can it be ARP
The
again?
meetings, you're saying you need the 20,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Honestly, I could use more, but conservatively, that's honestly what I put down.
And I still don't get the machinery.
Okay, so the machinery and equipment, so the cut was based on the fact that we budgeted 30,000 last year, and as of the date that I got the budget, it was, they hadn't hit the 30,000. And there's an increase from 30 to 43,431. So, I actually still gave an increase, but only 5,000 instead of 13. And again, I was just, because they didn't hit it the last year or the year before that. So
And I'm fine with that. That difference that you have in there is actually the TASER contract. If TASERs are gonna be purchased through the machinery and equipment over 5,000, I'm completely fine with that.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent. And by the way, excellent job on getting the helmets for the.
Thank you.
2,000.
Yep.
That was well done. Very
Yeah,
well done.
thank you.
Okay, so that's good.
Okay, that would be everything.
All right.
The only last thing, if I could just address real quickly, the machinery and equipment over 5,000, like I said, we can remove that 40,450 for the helmets. That was complete. That's done. We won't need that at all. The other money that is contained within there, it's kind of been stated to me that that will be taken care of. I mean, I'm completely fine with taking out of the general fund budget if it could be other funds could be allocated for it. I just don't want that to go to the wayside. I mean, they are really important. They're all life safety things. So that's really the only thing with that. The only other thing that I would like to speak about, the prior county manager did remove 3 deputy sheriff positions from my budget. Representative positions. Everybody, we were talking about opioids and things like that. So opioid debts are up, so are opioid arrests. Every single person that gets arrested in Luzerne County that gets transported here, we have to take care of that. As I stated before, I don't have enough staff the way it is right now. So I really need those 3 positions. Whether or not, I mean, I obviously can't make an amendment to your budget, but I would love somebody to do that. So I'm just throwing that out there. We could really use those 3 positions back. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, Ms. Lawrence.
We need a second.
Oh, we don't have a
You
second.
have
I
a
apologize.
first for the
I'll
3
second.
remaining.
Well, okay, so go ahead, second.
You got a second.
All right.
And then we're just voting on
Three.
the 3.
Were you the second, Mr. Lawrence?
Oh, no, I wanted to.
Go ahead. So you seconded it. Okay.
I wanted to make an amendment.
Ms. McDermott, go ahead.
So for the meetings and conferences, I'd like to keep that at 20,000.
I'll second that. So can we just,
No, you won't. You have to vote on it.
all right, okay, all right, roll call, Ms.
On
Lawrence.
comment on the
Oh,
question.
go ahead, all right.
20,000 is $8,000. We certainly would have that in reserve. If we want to take that $8,000 and put it in reserve now, that's fine. But, we have to make some cuts.
Right.
We have to get down to brass tacks here. And unfortunately, that's the truth. Now, if we don't do something, next Tuesday night is going to be disastrous for Luzerne. So think about what we're doing here. That's why we're here, to look at the budget and direct it in the way you think it should be.
And you're right, take that from the reserve if you need it.
If you need it.
Yeah.
I withdraw my amendment.
All right, I withdraw the second. Roll call, Ms. Lawrence.
This is on the roll call on the remaining 3 clothing and uniforms, repair, maintenance, meetings, conference and fees as they are presented. Mr. Venus,
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch,
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo,
No.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Wilovich.
Yes.
All right, passes. Are you
I
finished?
am done.
All right, do all council members mind if we take a 5-minute recess?
That'd be terrific.
All right.
And you know what, even before we go, we
Go
have
ahead.
to address the remaining X.
Recording
Yeah,
stopped.
yeah, we really want- All right, yeah, all right, we'll come back after a 5-minute recess.
It was.
Sorry, I know
I mean, they're
people probably
here.
have to pee.
They're here. I only have one, because that was already done. Or.
Well.
trust.
10-0. Let's go, we'll go. Love SS. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Is that right? I have,
You guys, I got ones that were already ran.
I have,
We did cut the reserves, so I'm probably about 6.1. Now you're water. I don't think so. I did $500,000 like that.
I think you get out of here.
I thought about it.
Probably at 5.3,
5.3. Thank you.
Great job.
Yeah, they're very strong.
I have amendments. My amendments are on.
Okay, yours is 53,000.
That's correct.
Okay. And yours is this one? It also says. Yeah, turn your mics back on, everybody. All right, we will return to our meeting here. Roll call again? No? Okay.
Recording in progress.
We didn't get to a work session, right?
No, no, we're not there yet.
Feels like
We're
it.
not there yet. All right, Ms. McDermott, if you would like to go next.
Yes.
Hers is
This-
the legal.
This legal. Okay, so for the controller, department, 4133, travel expense, from 4,400 down to 2,000 with a budget savings of 2,400. Mr. Griffith, did you have any comments?
No, I just, I certainly appreciate the situation council's in my budget. My budget came in under budget actually this year, so I mean, if that's what council wants to do, that's, I'll live with what I have, and if I need more, I'll just come back to council and ask if I run into a problem. Mr. McGinley's point, I mean, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
If I need money, I'll just come to council and, my tin cup of pencils out if I have to. So we'll do what we have to do. I
don't know if that'll fly here.
I'll do what I have to do, and, whatever council's wishes is, it's their budget. I'll live with whatever it is, and if I run out of money, I'll come ask you. Simple.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Mr. LaScavitch?
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Beloved?
Yes.
Mr. Bean?
Yes.
And the next one is probation for management and consulting services from 200,000 down to 150,000 with a budget savings of 50,000. And this is just based off of what the past spendings have been. I certainly left a lot more than what has been used so far for 2022. It's 91,184. That was, I guess, as of October. Is anyone here from there?
I'll second that before they come up, because I made the exact same amendment, so.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, same one. I believe so. Nobody here?
Nobody here?
Go ahead.
200 to 150?
Yes.
Yeah, probation services management consultant.
The budget savings of 50,000.
2,000, the actual.
Yes.
amendment was 2.
Yes. Yeah, everything was reflected. Yeah, it's properly in that. There was not a change. Okay. All right. Roll call. Sorry.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Beloved?
Yes.
Mr. Venus?
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch?
Yes.
Unanimous.
The next one is recorder of deeds, meetings, conference, training fees from
What happened to the
5,000.
prison?
Sorry.
LCCF?
No, no, that one was taken
That
out
was in my cut.
because it was, yeah.
It was in mine already. Yeah.
So that one was taken out. Okay. So the recorder of deeds, meetings, conference, training fees from 5,500 down to 4,000 with a savings of 1,500.
Second.
Any questions? Roll call.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Beloved?
Yes.
Mr. Venus?
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch?
Yes.
We already did the coroner with a savings of 20,000. For thonotary office supplies from 22,500 down to 20,000 with a savings of 2,500.
Any questions? Roll call.
Ms. McDermott?
Ms. McDermott. do a
Oh,
roll
yeah.
call. You're on.
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Beloved?
Yes.
Mr. Venus?
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch?
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo?
Yes.
All right.
Much faster than mine.
See, I told you I was gonna be fast.
Yeah, please call.
Don't let us hear any talk. She'll be here all night.
Mr. McGinley,
Okay, Logan Bridge,
hold on.
Wait a minute, where's
I know, it's like,
says 2023 budget amendments at the top.
The same packet.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good?
Yep.
Office supplies for road and bridge. Gave you the 2022 amount, which is $2,000. Request this year is 2,500, amended to 2,250, so it's a savings of $250. Parts. Amount 2022 is 60,000. They requested 75. They asked amendment for 65, which would be savings of 10,000. Fuel.
Yeah.
They asked
Mr.
for
Highmark, can you
75.
please mute your microphone? Thank you.
Okay.
Go
In
ahead.
2022 was 75. They requested 125. I put the figure at 100,000, which reflects 25,000. Engineering, 50,022. They requested 100,000. I put an amendment of 70,000, which means a 30,000 savings. Natural gas, we had 9,022. What the request they had is 15. My amendment would be 12,000, which would be a $3,000 savings. I'll make that motion for road and bridge.
Second.
Questions? Mr. Kurtz?
So a week ago, we stood here and I handed out some sheets to you guys about costs and there hasn't been a budget, an increase in taxes since 2018. And some of the
2020 was the last increase in taxes.
Okay, so we had, one of the sheets that I had provided indicated cost increases since 2018, so it's slightly skewed. But we're talking fuel costs are up 35%. Asphalt is up 19%. Flagger costs 41%. Trucks 13%. Services with contract services 29%. Electricity 43%. Labor costs for our labor without benefits 18%. Benefit increases 13%. So to go through these items individually, they're all really difficult items for us to cut. And I understand what your situation is, but I just want you to know that today our parts were over our budget from last year. And our vehicles are older than they were last year. They're breaking down more, need more equipment, more repairs. Our fuel is, we're over our fuel usage. Our natural gas, over natural gas. So these things are all items that change that we have no control over. They're mainly some of them utilities that we have absolutely no control over. So understand that whatever you cut, you as the controller said, you have the ability to do that, but we are going to have some difficulty meeting those kinds of budgets because it's completely out of our control. So that's all I have to say.
Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to respond to that, Mr. Kurtz, and with all due respect, I hear what you're saying. And you're right, where we sit, we have to find a way to reduce the budget. But all 5 items you just stated with the increases, I want to point out that the office supplies, the first item, Mr. McGinley proposed $2,250 versus last year's amount was $2,000. That's an increase of 12% in the budget.
Sure.
The parts, 60,000, he proposed 65,000. That's an 8% increase over last year's budget amount.
And know that last year we're over.
Okay, and let me just finish though. The fuel, last year's amount was 75. No, we're not giving you 125, we're giving you 100. That represents a 33% increase for your fuel budget. You just stated fuel's up about 35%. Well, we're giving you 33. Engineering, last year was 50,000. Mr. McGinley proposed 70,000. That's an increase of 40% over last year's number. I get it, they may be higher than these actual.
Well, engineering doesn't stay the same.
I agree with,
Project dependent.
I agree with that. And lastly, natural gas. Last year's budget amount was 9,000. We're proposing a 33% increase for natural gas. So all of these items, we didn't cut any of them. We actually,
They were cut from the previous year.
well, that may have been true, but we're looking at tonight, we're tasked with
Yes.
comparing
I get it.
last year's numbers with this year's numbers. And all 5 items represent a pretty substantial increase over what you had this year that we're in now. I should say.
Correct. And again, those numbers that we had that were in this year were cut significantly last year. So we're over them. So by being over them is kind of an example of what's to come in the future. I'm not saying this, disrespectfully. I just want you to realize that I don't know how we can get these materials, these utilities any cheaper.
I understand that.
Maybe if we're lucky, fuel will go down, as they say it might. Gas may go down, electricity, those are the kind of things that we have no control.
I understand. I just, the way you explained it, when you stated that we're making these cuts and we had to keep them up. We didn't make any cuts here, not from this year's budget. They may have made cuts prior year, but some of us are brand new here.
Right.
What we're doing tonight is compared to this year's budget that we're in right now, and there are increases. And if fuel goes up again and goes higher, then you're gonna have to come back, talk to us again.
Well, that's what we'll,
And if fuel goes down, like it probably will next year, you'll come back and offer some of the money back, right?
I'll take money.
I would love that.
Two-way street.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, all right, okay, that's all I have to say.
Okay, any other questions? Was there a second? I apologize. All right, roll call.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Going down to engineering?
Yep.
Okay. Last year we had a budget of 40,000, the request was 50,000. And we're right in the middle, 45, which indicates a $5,000 increase, and if Mr. Ford's right, that's about 12%.
Yep,
Okay.
12.5, yep.
And then engineering, they want 500,000. We had 500,000 last year's budget. We requested 650. And my amendment is 550, which would mean $100,000 savings.
10% increase.
Yep.
Is this going kind of off of the engineering that we were gonna wait to see? Didn't you?
It's different. It's not the same. Different part. Yeah, it's not the same.
I'll second it. Any other questions? All right, roll call, Sloan.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Continue. Go ahead, you can continue.
Down to general government, managed print. Request is 120. Request amount last year was 120. I said 100,000 because I believe the usage is not coming up to the 120 mark.
That's separate vote.
Oh, yeah, I'll, go ahead.
Second.
Sorry,
It's all right.
I read the thing. Any other questions? Roll call.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Mr. McGinley.
Okay.
Yep.
We're doing now the county manager's point in the budget. Wages non-represented. Last year was 288,072. Excuse me, 286,466. Request is 288,072. My amendment would be 250, which amounts to $36,466 savings. And that's based on the fact that Mr. Robertson's salary was much too high for our.
We already did
Yeah,
this.
Tim, I already cut
This
that.
was already under Carl's.
What did you cut?
I cut this one, I think,
21,
yeah, I think that was my cut.
Yep.
Well, no, yours was 24,
Yeah.
mine was 21.5, and you seconded my motion, I
Yeah.
think, for 21.5.
Yep.
For 264,966 as the amendment. So are you looking to further amend that to 250?
I would love to go down to 250, but based on the fact we already passed that, we'll let that one.
All right.
Okay.
Office supplies, 3,100 is the 22 amount, 23 is 3,115. and I made it 29 based on the fact that I think we can live with 29.
2,900?
We'll even give you 29.
29,000.
Wait a minute.
2,900. Sorry, I
We'll
have
give you
that.
2,900.
Too many
We're gonna
zeros
remove
there.
it, man. We have 2,900.
That's not what.
$200.
That's a typo.
Yeah, give you
Yep.
2,900, yeah.
All right. Is there a second?
Oh,
Wanna go through
Oh,
all
I'm sorry,
three?
I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay, dues and membership, the 2022 was 10,000, request is 9718. I'm saying it should be 5,000, and the reason I'm saying it should be 5,000 is the fact that I think some of the dues and conferences that we send our manager to are recruiting conferences for managers across the country. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to support that. No,
Is that all managers go to those conferences?
not all.
No, it's just the county, well, it's just the county manager's office.
Just the county manager?
Yep.
Oh, like you?
So Tim,
Depends on where this number ends up.
Tim, you have 3 here. We're getting rid of the first one.
No, you didn't do the first one. You withdrew
Yeah,
it.
dues and membership, we didn't, community conferences, again, 3,000 in 22, 23 is 33. And again, I'm saying 1,500, again, because I believe we shouldn't be offering our manager a chance to recruit on our dollar.
I have a question on those two.
Yep.
Well, now you need a second, I think.
Oh.
I'll second. No,
We never did that. He withdrew it, but he still wants to do it. Carl.
No, he said that he would like to go down to 250, but you said it like the spirit of,
Well, I said we already passed.
we already
No, we
passed it.
did. We did pass it. He withdrew it.
No, not with the wages. with the
No,
manager.
Yes,
we
we
passed
withdrew it.
John's.
No, we passed, the line was,
That was the 21.5.
the 21.5, the
Yeah.
21.5 cut.
That's all.
Right? We passed yours, John, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so too.
No, I know that, but there was an amendment to, right?
To Carl.
Or-
Yeah,
To
2
Carl.
months.
No, you withdrew it.
Good point, because she said this was at the very
Yeah,
beginning.
that's
It's
later.
easier to just
Okay.
withdraw.
All
That
right.
makes life easier.
Got it, okay.
Okay, so
Oh, I
Tim,
remember that.
that's still on the table.
So if you
Well,
want
then
that,
I'll put it back on the table.
all right.
I thought it was passed.
So is
And
there a second?
like I say, 250, and that would be a 36,466.
Now, do we have a
Same.
motion already for order, or do we have to do separate motion for that? Was there a second?
We didn't do anything. We just
Okay,
went over.
all right, all right.
It's second. I'll second.
Yeah, you seconded, didn't you, Greg? Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
Just on the question, I don't agree with the wage change for the manager. But that's all I'll say.
But remember, John, we go through that search and we get recommendations and stuff. That's when that stuff will actually be decided.
Yes.
So if it's a need to be adjustment from the reserve to do that, that's up to the council.
Right now, it's okay for the budget purpose to put that in.
All right, roll call, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Mrs. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
We'll move on to my amendments, several of which have been voted on already. So my first one that I have that we can vote on is the controller meetings, conferences and training from 3,000 to 1,500 with a savings of $1,500. Mr. Griffith, I want to let you know, I'm not just picking on you. I'm looking through all of the meetings, conferences and trainings and intending to do that to most.
Perfectly fine.
Okay, just letting you know that yours is the only one that's on here right now, but
I understand your task.
it won't be the only one. Yeah,
Second.
any questions?
Are you withdrawing? You're taking
No.
the first three off.
Oh, well, yeah, the first three are already passed in some form, so yeah. Apologies.
Now we're ready to do roll call on the $15 amendment for the controller,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Ready?
yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
No.
Yes, one no.
Okay. All right, next up, I have in the assessor's office, I have other contractual services. It's going from 86,000 to 70,000, which would be a $16,000 savings. Yes, so I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any questions?
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that's a contractual item for the assessment system. It's going up because, costs go up. So it's not a conference, it's our assessment system. We have one. It's 86,000.
Okay.
So if you cut it to 70, I'm gonna come back and say take it from there.
Okay, well, I will withdraw that motion.
And I'll withdraw the second.
All right. I do have one for the elections, but I need more information on the wages. I know that there was an email sent out. So I won't speak on that one now. I'll talk about that next week. The elections travel expenses, going from $3,000 down to nothing.
Second.
So there'll be a $3,000 savings.
I can't, oh, you second it?
Yeah, I
Yes, what
second
were they used for? Travel.
She had mentioned something to the effect of a conference or something like that. There was some, she said something about training. I don't know the specifics of it. I don't know if she's on right now. She would like to,
There are trainings that the state sponsors.
yeah.
And the state pays for those trainings?
But this was, I
The state
believe
doesn't
that,
pay for much.
yeah, I believe that the budget last year was $0. So that's why I
Well, last year we're, in flux again with director, so.
right. So when we, once we do find a permanent director, we can go back to that, but I think as of right now, it should be $0. So is there a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call?
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Mr. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, next we'll go to the EMA budget, EMA subscriptions from $4,000 down to $3,000, which would be a savings of $1,000. I believe that was because it doesn't look like we hit that previous amount from the year before. So I'll make that motion. Any questions? Roll call?
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
Mr. LaScavitch.
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Mr. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes.
Well, I decided to be brave and put this on my list. But road and bridge repairs and maintenance, well, there's a typo that says $100 million, which I know that they wish they had. But it should say $1 million down to $500,000, which would be an increase of $250,000, but a savings of $500,000. And just to justify that, we have given Road and Bridge several $1 million this year out of ARP funds. I foresee us giving them several million more dollars out of ARP funds before all is said and done. And there are other federal monies that are in the pike coming here at some point. Don't know when, but hopefully within the next year, that I believe will help to remedy that, if not give them a significant amount more money than we can provide them this year. And obviously, like Mr. McGinley has been saying, we have to make cuts somewhere, and we are giving them more money. So
As you see, you're giving them more than 100% increase, so.
So I'll make that motion.
Second.
On the
Any
question,
other questions? Go ahead.
last year we had a very lengthy discussion on this particular item. There was $200,000 in the budget last year. I made a motion to add $1 million there because of the fact of our roads and the conditions and things that, we all get the same emails and complaints.
Yes.
I really think we should leave $1 million there. Because even with what you're talking about, there's always an area that we could certainly spend, $1 million doesn't go far in roads and bridges. And if you don't do that, if you don't have that in the budget, and we have a situation where it's maybe a half a mile or a mile somewhere that has to be done, we're not gonna be able to do it. So I would strongly oppose taking any money out of that line item because I really think we need to have it.
Follow up on that. Mr. Swank, do you have any idea whether, when this infrastructure money may come? The infrastructure bill that was passed by Congress?
Yeah, no, I don't. I know you've heard about it, we've heard about it, but just like ARP, I don't even have a timeline yet. So I don't know how much we're gonna get, when we're gonna get it.
That would be real helpful to know when you're doing a
Well, we
budget.
had a lot of lip service given to us by certain federal officials that were running for.
So the state,
I think most of that's going.
You're right.
Yeah.
If there's any.
A lot of state bridges.
Trickle down.
so the
Go ahead,
state,
just roll over.
Mr. Swett, you know how much lots of revenues left?
Yeah, I think around 4 million. I think the issue was we had 8.9 million. We approved over 3 million. But Booth was gonna go back and see some of the initial projects from that first list of like 15 or 16 that council approved before Booth was on, to try to see if some of that could be like wastewater, stormwater. So there may be a little bit more, but I think conservatively, we probably have about 3.5, 4 million. There may be more.
Okay.
So I'll work with Booth on that, but that's where we are today.
Thank you.
well, is there a way to allocate $1 million of that towards the roads? So we
Well,
don't
you're
have,
doing the applications now, right?
so we don't have to throw it in here. in the budget?
Well, yes, I believe we still have to throw it in here because we have 120 miles of roads roughly, a little bit more, I think, 300 bridges. $1 million, you touch a bridge, that's $1 million.
What happened to we're here to cut costs?
We are here to cut costs.
That was a half hour.
We are here to cut costs. But I think you have an obligation with the roads and bridges of, I mean,
If you have the
emails,
money.
don't vote for it. Don't vote for it. That's fine. That's your prerogative.
That's right.
But be ready for the results of that.
I mean, again, I'm not in any way suggesting that it's not important. I mean, of course it is. And of course, as Mr. McGinley said, we see the emails and I'm certain that after this, regardless of how, whether it passes or not, that the amount of emails that I will be flooded with are.
And keep in mind, we have that
But-
money we borrowed with the 3 million a year. You know, it doesn't always, I know we've been through this 1,000 times, but we can use it for other projects in Luzerne County. It all don't have to go to that bridge.
It's all for debt service. The way that bill is written, read it closely.
Well, the email suggests. we
Read,
use it
read that
for
bill
others.
closely before you know, I mean, there's been back and forth about it, but I think there's certainly some information there in that bill
Yeah,
that I was not aware of until the day of the meeting.
I know you're saying it's for debt service,
Right.
but they took the loan out, so we have the debt. We use, and that means we have the money, a bit like a line of credit, sitting in a
No,
bank.
you have, I believe you probably have money in an account, not a line of credit.
Yeah, so whether it be 50 million, I don't know exactly what they took, but,
$75 million.
well, that's the total payback value.
No, yeah, 75 is the loan, about 50 to 55 is the actual money that you have.
The balance that they borrowed. So Mr. Liscavige is correct. We could vote here, not tonight, but if we wanted to take 2 million or 1 million of that and use it for road improvements in the county, we could do that.
You can do what, anything you wish.
Yeah, because it's a loan
As long
that's
as you got the
available.
majority of the council to go along with it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that's
But the
available.
reality is, this is our expense. This is our roads and bridges, and to rely on something like that or some, the federal infrastructure money, I was told it'd be 2026 before we get that money.
Yeah, but the loan we have now with the
The
redevelopment.
loan has been.
And I'm just saying it's an option. And any other option is the lost revenue, tax revenue. That's an option too. So there's options.
There is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a classic government argument, though, you know, we're cutting the increase, we're not cutting the funding. That's what it is, so, there's nothing further.
So the motion
We do have
is,
a motion in a second for 1 million to 500,000, which will be a $500,000 savings. No other questions? Roll call, please, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. LaScavitch,
Yes.
Mr. Lombardo,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott. No. Mr. McGinley,
No,
Mr. Mitchell,
No.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Mr. Thornton,
Yeah.
Mr. Urban.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby.
Voting no on the condition we can look at it later.
No, you said?
No.
Mr. Venus.
Yes.
It's 5-5, so. Okay. Okay, cool. We shall return. The next one I have is VA mileage. Going from 2,000 to 1,000, I believe it was because they hit the limit last year. So I'll make that motion.
VA.
Yeah.
Veterans Administration.
Yeah.
Okay, mileage,
Yeah.
who's that? That is, I don't know.
Yeah, mileage for, I imagine it's for reimbursement of mileage, right?
What it is, I think is, they go out Memorial Day, put the flags and stuff, and they have some mileage involved there. You might go to a training or something.
Oh, I thought it had to do with VA hospital.
No, it's our VA administration.
Oh, okay, all right,
Department.
okay. I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, they do that, and we have money in the budget to pay for those things.
Okay.
All right, I'll make
I
that
second,
motion.
I second.
Okay. Any other questions? Roll call?
Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
Ms. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. McKinley,
No, I'm not cutting anything from the veterans budget.
Mr. Mitchell,
No.
Mr. Perry,
I can't, I'm a veteran.
No.
Mr. Thornton,
No.
Mr. Urban,
No.
Mr. Willoughby.
No.
Mr. Venus.
No.
Mr. LaScavitch.
No.
Okay. The next one, I received some information via email today that I want to review, so I don't want to move on this one.
Courts, we're talking.
Yeah, the examinations and witnesses. But I did receive, well, I'm sorry, so that would be it, that's because we did the other one, which was part of it. Okay.
Probation stuff, right?
Probation, we voted on that one previously.
Well done.
So that's all I have for myself. And there's a couple more. There is this email from the office manager from the public defender's office with some budget amendments. I suppose we can entertain these.
There's mine.
Yeah.
They're yours.
Oh, they're yours?
Yeah, we approved them.
So we already approved those?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
These are taken
Sorry.
care of, right?
It's $500.
Okay. Any other budget amendments from council members? No? All right, before we go into public comment, I do just want to make a quick statement about agenda item number 1, which I know there will be some public comments coming here. So we did have a personnel report that was given to us, which I will not go into because obviously confidentiality. But I did read between some emails, some postings on social media and whatnot that there were people that believed that this council was poised to remove an election board member because of a way that they voted in their capacity as a board member. That's the furthest thing from the truth. In fact, the assertion is that because this one member of the election board voted not to certify the election, that was why we were choosing to quote unquote punish her. In fact, I can tell you that if I was on the election board, I would have probably done the same. So that has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with the reason why I voted the way I did tonight. We are presented with some, I believe, fairly compelling evidence to warrant that action. And, at some point in time, that may become public. It may not, but we will have to continue this at a later date because it was taken off the agenda. So if there's nothing further on that discussion point, I'll open it up to public comment. I do have a couple of sheets here that are from before. I don't know if anybody's still here. Mark Rabo.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to expound on Mr. Thornton said about the charter, and the administrative code does give the right to council for investigations under the Home Rule Charter 209B9 gives the right of council to conduct investigations. Furthermore, specifies it in the County Administrative Code, Section 208A through F, to conduct investigations. And in previous councils, an election director, there was an investigation done by that council approved to the Office of Law to have outside counsel conduct the investigation. I'm sure some of the council members who were here that time can remember that. Also, with respect to, not, being able to do any investigations, I mean, if that was the case, if you're not willing or wanting to do an investigation as a council, then why have it in an admin code? Why not just take it out? Assign it to some other agency. Council can do that. It allows for it in the charter. So do it through the codes committee and then have it presented to council as a whole and then amend the admin code. You've done it in the past. And also with respect to the charter under, like I said, 209B9, that has to be put on the ordinance for a ballot question to amend the charter, but you could do that too. So those are the things, and I hope that this council will give due process under the Fifth Amendment to any accused persons, because that's what was, at least attempted to be afforded to Mr. Urban, the two members of the board, election board at the time, as well as the district attorney who was running for judge, as well as the current district attorney who was, prevented, or at least that was attempted not to be allowed to run for office at the time. Remember, with that controversy with the law that was passed by the state. One thing I'd like to inform council on, I just opened the federal DOT, that grant that I told council about previously when the budget was introduced. The raise grant application for bridges under federal DOT is now open. So you have until February 28th, 2023 to apply for the federal DOT grant that applies for bridges. I checked it today. I usually check it once or twice a week, but now it's open. So I'm sure the county manager can inform the grants officer, Michelle Sparish, to apply for that grant for the county bridges. Thank you.
Thank you. Controller Griffith?
I have a couple of items for council's consideration. The resolution that was on the agenda for today does not have a name where it says removed, and it was left blank. And I don't know why it was left blank. I think Denise Williams is absolutely necessary to be removed from that board. That's the name, right? Denise Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is not the name? It says the council, such board members serve at the pleasure of council, and it says, based on discussion held by council in executive session. Could somebody please tell me how the press got the name of the person who is being reprimanded? Executive session's confidential. Who on this council released that information to the press? Who on this council released confidential information from council? Who? Because there's no name in this agenda. I could surmise that it's Denise Williams because she's the one that probably should be removed based on public comment. But that's obviously not the name according to the press. But I got a text message from Eric yesterday telling me it was Alyssa. How did Eric know that? Who told Eric Mark that Alyssa was the one that's being removed? It's very interesting. This council has confidentiality in executive session. Why isn't it the Office of Law prosecuting you people? Wow. That's a serious question. Once again, the county looks silly for no other reason. It's ridiculous. You didn't give any due process to this person. Her name's all over the newspaper. We're going to remove her from the board based on the Office of Law's investigation, but they didn't investigate any reason why that was released information by this council. It's ridiculous. I would assume it would be Denise Williams before I think it would be Alyssa Pissarro. But again, I don't know the facts of the case because I wasn't privy to that information. Obviously, the press was. Kind of curious to know that answer.
You'd cut the solicitor's budget by $50,000 in outside legal contractual, but you didn't appropriate any money to the ACE Commission. His budget has the ACE Commission's money in it. So now he's $50,000 less. We have a $75,000 budget just for attorneys alone. Where's Mr. Skeen going to come up with the money for the ACE Commission? I guess we have to dissolve the ACE Commission. We might as well, because it's a do-nothing commission. Obviously, the person who had a problem with Alyssa didn't have enough smarts to go to the ACE Commission and file a complaint. Instead, they ran to the Office of Law. How wrong is that? That was the whole purpose of the ACE Commission. But we went to the Office of Law because that's the best way to go. If we want to remove somebody who's a thorn in somebody's side, let's use the Office of Law as a weapon. That's what happens in this county because they're attorneys and they can render opinions. It's just wrong. The way we approach things in this county are wrong. They're damaging to people and it should stop. Thank you. I have more, but in the interest of time, I'll bring it another time. Thank you.
Desiree Edwards. Yeah. She's gone. All right. Leanne Bush. Not sure if she's still here.
She was in the front.
Yeah.
All
right. Jamie Walsh.
Jamie Walsh, and I would like to read to you a draft of notice that's coming to all of you. I'll be serving you at the next meeting, but I want to give you a heads up. I, Jamie Walsh of the People of Pennsylvania Constitution, as seen in Pennsylvania Constitution Article 1, Section 2, do bring you this notice so that you and your agents may provide express due care. Please take notice that all power is inherent in the people, and the main object of government is for the protection, safety, and happiness of the people whom you serve. As trustees and public servants, you have all sworn an oath to uphold and protect the guaranteed rights of the people. Pennsylvania Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, political powers. All power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded in their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, and happiness. Pennsylvania Constitution Declaration of Rights, Section 3, that the people of this state have the sole, exclusive, and inherent right of governing and regulating the internal police of the same. Pennsylvania Constitution, Article 1, Section 20, right of petition. The citizens have a right to peaceable manner to assemble together for their common good and to apply those invested with the powers of government for redress of grievances or other proper purposes by petition, address, or remonstrance. Pennsylvania Constitution Declaration of Rights, Section 14, that a frequent recurrence, the fundamental principles and a firm adherence to justice, moderation, temperance, industry, and frugality are absolutely necessary to preserve the blessings of liberty and to keep a government free. Please take notice that the Luzerne County Council has not been granted any authority to threaten a dismissal of election board member Alyssa Fasaro because she chooses to vote with her own free will. Regarding the certification of the 2022 election, please show the constitutional provisions that grant you the power and authority to use these threats of termination or any intimidation tactics against the people if they chose to go against the certification of an election ripe with maladministration. Failure to provide the constitutional provisions that grant you such authority means that your actions are considered a trespass with full knowledge, intent, and malice against the rights of the people. And I'm going to read you, I'm not going to read you your oath of office, but I am going to read you the summary. Please take final notice that it is my wish, order, and demand that all trustees, servants, agents, and bar members are to immediately stop blocking and interfering with the people's inherent rights, including the right to conduct lawful and valid elections free from maladministration, and to immediately cease and desist in taking actions that unlawfully infringe and trespass upon the rights of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Last sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Which includes the right of any elected servants acting on behalf of the people. Any man or woman who decides to suppress this notice agrees to pay a $500,000 per infraction per person.
Thank you.
You will be getting that at your next meeting.
Vice Chair, I just want to echo what you said earlier. I just want to echo what you said earlier, that any proposed action or inaction tonight against any election board member had absolutely nothing to do with how they voted to certify or not certify the election. It was a completely different set of circumstances.
Where's your due process?
I'm not addressing you now, but
Okay, you're out of order, Mr.
yeah,
Walsh.
you know,
Please, all right, we gave you your 3 minutes. Let us speak as well. Okay, we were respectful of you, you're respectful of us. Thank you.
but I just wanted to reiterate, it had nothing to do with that.
Thank you. All right, Brian Dwyer. Okay.
Brian Dwyer from Larksville. I'd like to commend council on the no vote for monetization. I think that was a good step. As to item 1 that was on the agenda, I think all witnesses and testimony need to be conducted under oath under penalty of perjury. Due to the nature of the complaint, any video, surveillance, or footage should also be reviewed, along with witnesses who were connected with the actions in question through telecommunication devices or any other means. I would repeat my position. There should not be a pay raise in the Election Bureau for what has transpired this past election. As to attending public council meetings, Board of Election meetings, or other meetings in the rotunda, which I'm kind of growing fond of, to be quite honest, can council at least ensure that the viewing audience can hear and see the full meeting? The gentleman from Ice-T has done what he can, but half the time we can't see council, and the TV is never turned up so that you're able to hear what's going on in here. It's in and out. I have desktop speakers that are louder than what we're getting out there. Also, a live feed would be nice, because when you guys switch to other platforms, a Zoom platform or phone calls, we just get a black screen with someone's name. You can't see what's going on in here. I mean, you hear the audio, but it's, it'd be nice to, if there was a separate feed or a second TV, because they can't split screen it. So, I don't mind sitting in the rotunda, but if we could see the meeting in full, that would be great. Thanks.
Joanna Martin. Anybody else in the room for public? Mr. Griffin?
Council, Greg Griffin, Swarsville. Would anyone in this room be able to tell me if it's in the budget for $250,000 study, whether or not to take the state up on their $1 offer for SCI retreat? Mr. Sweats and somebody, it was in the paper. It's going to be considered $250,000 study to decide whether or not.
I believe that was removed. I think it was removed if Mr. Sweats.
Great, because I spent 25 years there. It's a disaster. There's mold. It's just a complete disaster. Another thing is the coroner's office. You're talking about body bags, whether or not we can cut down on that, or toxology, or overtime. With all due respect to the current coroner, our coroner cannot do an autopsy. Now, we've covered this before. We're spending $200,000 a year minimum, and probably more this year, for autopsies. Now, other counties have coroners that can do autopsies. I suggest you increase the coroner's wages. You do a search, Mr. Sweats. You get a coroner in here that can do an autopsies. You pay him 50, 60, 70,000, 100,000 more. You take the other 100,000, and so you saved 100,000. Plus, the coroner's office talked about convenience to the family, helping the family. Listen, an autopsy that's delayed because our coroner can't do one puts the families in distress when they have to go shop for a coroner somewhere. So someone on council, please see if you can hire a coroner, increase the pay, $200,000. That's all the thing I could say is, we saved 250,000 on retreat. Good move. Prison's still an issue. Prison wants $2 million a year more. I think it's 29 last year, 31 this year. I don't know if you did any cuts. But obviously, the prison's an issue with maybe a new prison eventually. But it's a tough job you're all doing. You're trying to cut office supplies, you're trying to cut gloves, you're trying to, come on. Work on that coroner thing. And it's, the people are just shaking their heads. You could save 100,000 minimum after giving a new coroner a big raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Anybody else here or in the audience outside for public comment? All right, while we're waiting for them, is somebody on the Zoom? All right, Vivian Kreidler-Lucina. Vivian? Can we unmute them? Are they muted? They're good? Vivian? Okay, all right, we'll go back to her if we can get her up. Vivian? No? All right, Mark Schaefer?
Hey, Mark Schaefer again, Wilkes Fair, if you still need that. I just wanted to speak on the removed agenda item number 1. I think that we need real clarification from those who voted to strip it, what they mean by an investigation. They seem to just sort of want to have a hearing of their own. It would be very helpful to the public if we knew what that would look like, what the timetable is. I mean, the Office of Law did an investigation and they came to a determination that she needs to be removed for her conduct. And I don't think that's something that they take easily. Walter Griffith wants to imply that this is some kind of political thing, but as you guys pointed out, there's another Republican on the board who also voted to decertify, who there's no call to get rid of him. He's perfectly fine. No one has any problem with him staying on the board, even though he voted to not certify the election. So it obviously has nothing to do with the certification vote and everything to do with her improper conduct. And again, the Office of the Law does not do something like this willy-nilly. They're all attorneys. They're all members of the bar. They can't just go ahead and throw people off of commissions for nothing. They could get in serious trouble. If the Office of Law is recommending someone get removed, that's something that's pretty serious. And in that situation, I think we need clarification, because it really sounds like what the other members of council want is a show hearing to drag this out so they could keep their preferred member of the board on there as long as they can, no matter what wrong thing she does. I mean, there has to be accountability at some point, and you can't just drag this out with a show hearing and a show investigation. Like, I think the public deserves clarification on how this will be run, what the timetable is, and what your plans are, and what would justify removing her if her conduct is that bad. Thanks.
Hello? Mr. Schaefer. Vivian,
Hello?
Go ahead, Vivian.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, it's Vivian Kreidler-Lucina from Nesquebec Township. I don't know what happened that you removed that agenda earlier, but what I do know is after the election on November 8th, I started a petition online at change.org to have the removal of the Beth McBride, Emily Cook, and Denise Williams, because of the stuff that happened. There were very big issues there. In the first 24 hours, we got over 150 signatures. I was able to get them printed off. But 3 days later, when I went back in to retrieve more, I had found that my petition had been taken down. I became ill, so it was touch and go on checking in with change.org, but I finally received an email back from them just a few days ago telling me that people were complaining about the petition being up, that there could be potential false or misleading information. I do have a copy of the petition that was online. I have, like I said, about 131 signatures, but by the time it had been taken down, there was well over 500 signatures to have them removed. Right now, to me, you're saying there's an investigation. I don't know who it is. All I'm hearing is what people are saying. You're telling me there's an investigation for one person. You need to investigate all four of them because you have two of them that sit on another board that I feel they should have recused themselves from the election this past in November, that sit on the board themselves. You have Audrey Shernick and Denise Williams. Audrey is on the board of directors for the League of Women Voters of Wilkes-Barre area. She sits on their board. You have Denise Williams, who is still the statewide organizer for the Fair District of PA. You have Beth McBride, who should have recused herself as well because she sits on the council board of Wilkes-Barre. This should not have happened. I mean, I have read and reread the charter, and let me tell you, it seems the charter is for some but not for all. So it's either we're going to get rid of the charter or we're going to start going through it piece by piece and fixing it, or follow it for everybody, not just select few, whoever we don't like what they said. So, oh gosh, we're going to get rid of them. Like I said, I don't know what happened. I know that. But
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this
Okay.
issue that we had with agenda item number 1 has nothing to do with the
way that
initial issues in the election.
Okay.
And there is still an investigation going on through the district attorney's office. There, more than likely will be an internal investigation within the county, aside from the district attorney's office, and council is still mulling the idea of reconstituting our election inquiry committee, which I would like to have on the next agenda. So we will be addressing those issues. So those, this stuff is not all mutually exclusive, and believe us, like we're just as angry as anybody else that we don't have answers a month later. And of course, this is budget time now too, so it could possibly reflect poorly on the budgets of these departments if they don't, help us out a little bit here.
I understand that. That's why I said I had no clue of what was being said, who did what or anything. All I know is what happened on the election.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
yep,
Knapp.
thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lombardo, Vice Chair
I don't know
Lombardo.
what
and
happened, what she supposedly said.
I'm sorry, I guess the previous
Mr. Knapp.
speaker didn't mute. Can you hear me, Vice Chair
Yes.
Lombardo?
Yes.
Thank you, all council chairpersons, and also interim manager Schwetz. I just wanted to thank you all for revealing to the general public about the drawing back on the investment of SCI. A few months back, I brought to the attention of council the condition of the bridge that spans Susquehanna. And I'm sure, absolutely positive that had something to do with this retraction. And it's a good thing that go through, because we surely don't want to be saddled with having to invest in another bridge when we have two that are in dire need of replacement or upgrading. And I also wanted to thank council for the studious job of going over the budget and whittling down and making cuts where there are necessary, because a tax increase is the last thing we want to be seeing or shown in 2023. Thank you for being responsible in that respect. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. We have 2 emails that were sent to us. The first one is from Cindy Brannon. This is to be read at council meeting December 13th, 2022, Cindy Brannon, Wright Township. Dear Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and council members, I am providing you with a list of those who refuse to answer residents' emails. Kendra Radel, John Lombardo, Tim McGinley, Chris Perry, Matthew Mitchell, Carl Venus, Leanne McDermott, Kevin Lescavage, Brian Thornton, Stephen Urban, Gregory Rolovich, Brian Swetz, Greg Kurtz, Larry Plesh. Here is a quote from The High Cost of Poor Workplace Behavior. The culture of any organization is shaped by the worst behavior the leader is willing to tolerate. Our county administration reports to you. As acting county manager, Brian Sweats reports to you. His administration includes Greg Kurtz and Larry Plesh. By you not answering residents' emails, it sends a message that Brian Sweats has the latitude to do the same. By Brian Sweats refusing to answer residents' emails, he has never responded in any of his roles. It sends a message that his administration, which includes Greg Kurtz and Larry Plesh, also has the ability to ignore residents' questions. I will make certain that all appropriate avenues are sought to address the lack of communication from our local government officials and the administration that reports to them. Regards, Cindy Brannon.
I just want to say something to that.
Go ahead.
For the record, I have answered hundreds of emails since I got on council earlier this year. I cannot possibly answer all of the emails that are sent to me unless I hired a staff like the state representatives have, a staff to answer all the emails. And we'd all have to hire a staff like that, especially since I work full-time, as do many people on council. We really have a full-time job that we're supposed to be working somewhere. Like today, I was all over the place, meeting clients, different officers. So we have to do this work in the evening, part-time. And that's why we're paid part-time wages, below part-time wages. But anyway, I do answer emails as much as I can, but I could never, and neither could these council people, answer all the emails we get. It's impossible.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton. We have one more from Dave Massacura. Dave Massacura, Wilkes-Barre. Please read comment for agenda item concerning vote to remove election board member. I'm writing to express my deep disappointment in the state of affairs that has been visited upon by the county. The activities surrounding the election board were a national embarrassment. The behaviors exhibited by those this council has appointed were absolutely shameful. Can we stop appointing extremists and people who serve with unbiased dignity and respect for the electoral system? This is yet another stain on this county, and as this council is responsible for appointing such members to serve on the board, it is upon you to clean up your mess. The dedicated voters of this county will remember your actions today. Any other members for public input? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll return in 5 minutes for the work session.
I don't
For the work session.
One of these days you're gonna be that.
Recording stopped.
No, I think that's, I like it. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Yeah. That's fine. Everything else. I had a question. Too. My daughter said.
Yeah, no, there's no leaving early. No, this is we're all in this. I know. Like Clark Griswold. Hey, we're all in this. I am with.
Hey, thanks.
Her engine. I was holding that for so long.
You don't get PTO for that meeting tomorrow. I don't care if it's 10 hours.
That's what we're talking about right
No
now.
PTO. What? I'm going to sit in pushing for 10 hours.
Which meeting?
He's not getting PTO or comp time.
He just told me he gets comp.
No.
The clock's ticking. We keep going.
So next week,
You're killing us, Brian. You're killing us.
Oh, okay. I did last year for the.
He's just sitting through the meeting. He thinks he gets paid.
I'm not getting paid.
Well, I was doing a lot with my daughter or something, and every year. I don't know.
But yeah, how is that? He's doing now.
Yeah, well, if you didn't have ARP, I know last weekend.
So I see.
I don't know what it's else I had.
Jill's constantly. She's not.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
She's still not.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it is, but this is
So now.
more busy than. Oh, yeah. Like the budget is one thing. And that was on top of it too, working on the budget. That's the $1,000. Nice to get mentioned over friends. I know. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I don't even know. I just want to,
Well, here's not here.
I know, I told her that.
And then I walk around.
Excellent.
Good work.
Don't get sassafras. I love them. I like them.
What are they?
What are those?
Watermelon sour.
What? Is that what I?
You never use it.
Wow.
Watermelon, that's. John's scared me. Yeah, it made me nervous.
Well.
I mean, we might see.
He just did it.
Yes, yes.
And we voted on it. I did look at it, Kansas, I like all the explanation.
Oh, I know, we didn't make it easy.
You'll lose it. You won't. Let's see what.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah. We just get it first.
That seems about right. Manager saying that's right. That could be now.
If you don't use it by March.
I'll call this work session to order.
Recording in progress.
Here.
Present.
Here.
Here.
All right, any additions or deletions to the work session agenda? None?
I'd like to ask for one thing if we may, and it could be included on number 4, I believe. We're going to be talking about the American Rescue Funds. So there are a couple things I'd like to talk about there. One of which is we have several organizations or agencies that have put in more than one application. You know, nobody was told they couldn't. I would like to see us say, give us your best application.
Let's just amend it to say, discussion regarding ARPA funding.
Sounds
So,
great.
okay, all right. Okay, all right. There's a motion and a second on the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, agenda's adopted. All right, receive and discuss manager reports for November 2022.
Sure, so in your packet is the manager reports, the 19 pages. As always, you can send emails. You can ask questions right now, but if you don't feel free to do that, you can send an email at a later time. Myself will get the answer from either myself or the division head. And that's really all I have.
Any questions for manager? Mike? Sorry. All right. If not, move on to number 2, discussion regarding the resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a contract with Trinity Services Group for inmate meals and kitchen operations management.
Mr. Rothschild here to speak on that.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. What I have before you today is a proposal from Trinity Services to provide kitchen management and one source for our food products for. The reason we're asking to do this is we feel it'll be a cost saving measure going into next year. We anticipate that we should be able to save at least $150,000 from the amount that we've asked to be budgeted. We've asked for a total of $1.3 million to be budgeted to cover the groceries and kitchen expenses for the main facility and the minimal offender facility. The proposal is based upon the volume of meals that they serve each day.
Our average population throughout the year was 562 inmates that are actually housed in our facilities. We have other inmates that are on the outown, they're up for treatment, they're in other facilities and so forth. But our average is 562. The range that our meals would be charged on this proposal would be $1.72.7 if it's between $5.50 and $5.74. For a $5.75 to $5.99 would be $1.70.7 per meal. When you do the math, it does bring us down to a little under 1.2 million. So we figured that we'd be able to do that, save that amount on the budget. The initial contract is for a 12-month period, and there's an option to renew for an additional 12 months. Give you a little bit of background on we issued an RFP back in the summer. We had 3 proposals. One was for Trinity, one was for Summit, the other was for Paramount. They were the best price that came in. We found a local county that was using the same company to provide meals for their correctional facility. We sent out a team of our people to look at the operation, look at the quality of the meals. They felt that it was superior to what we currently serve under our program. There's a lot that goes into the meal preparation as far as the nutritional compliance, serving temperature compliance, inventory, rotation of inventory, and so forth. They would be taking on that part. They'd be utilizing their software so that they can customize daily recipes to meet the number of inmates that we have in the facility. A couple other parts of this that are beneficial to our operation is every meal that we purchase, there's 1/2 cent that goes into an escrow account to help us offset our equipment expenses within our kitchen. That could generate somewhere between about $35,000, $45,000 a year to help maintain the kitchen. Built into the proposal is an upgrade to the employee dining area. They want to invest $10,000 in that or utilize it towards the technology. On the beneficial side for the inmates, besides having a high quality meal at a reasonable price, it also allows their family members from the outside to purchase additional items for the inmates to purchase additional food items that are available on a separate menu to supplement what they want if they want to buy something additional. So that's an option if somebody's having some sort of an event and they want to supply their family member with something more out of the ordinary, more of a restaurant quality meal. They do offer a program within their services to offer our employees a discounted meal. Might be $2 to $3 a meal, and that would be an elevated quality into a more restaurant quality meal that they provide for us if we want to do that. Our thought is that this is a step in the right direction for controlling the cost. We would not be displacing any of our kitchen employee staff. They still be involved in this operation. It's merely a kitchen manager, which we don't have budgeted for and haven't had one for as long as I can remember. We experience wasting within our current operation from lack of rotation of stock. Things become updated or become freezer burn, and we're losing money on that. The actual cost of our operation this year is actually in the 1.3 million range, and that's what we're asking for that next year. This company is in 38 different states. They have multiple accounts in each state. They have an established supply chain, and they have a better buying power than we do. We ran into problems with the vendors this year. They're increasing the prices because of their suppliers increasing the prices, and we're unable to control that, so we're all board on pricing. And we're quite fearful going into next year if we don't take a proactive step to control those costs, we could get buried even beyond that 1.3.
Quick question.
Mr. Liscavige has his hand up first.
I think it was a good proposal, but the thing that caught my eye is why do they want a percentage of that paid by credit card?
That's for an outside source.
Oh,
That's if a family member wants to order like a meatball hoagie or a cheesesteak hoagie for one of the inmates, they'd incur that credit card expense for the processing of it.
okay.
That's not on our side.
Okay.
But I
was
also
worried about the
did
3%.
bring that forward. They did review it. They said that it was, legally fine for us to utilize it. There's a possibility we could save a little more than 150, but I wouldn't want to promise something that I can't deliver. I'm comfortable saying we could save 150 on our food expenses for the year. An additional point is we're very supportive of the county manager in the cuts he's making within the Division of Corrections. We're going to continue to look for efficiencies wherever we can save some money. We're going to look at it, analyze it, see if we can bring that back to the board, because we agree that costs have to be controlled and we have to start somewhere. And I think this is a good place to start. Our next mission is probably going to look at maintenance and see what we can do there to bring down more of those costs.
Any other questions? Mr. Thornton?
Yeah. First, Mr. Upshot, remember when you're talking about meatball hoagies, you just have a night, none of us ate dinner.
I'm here at 13 and a half hours. I'll get a little hungry too.
No, my only question is, I was scared when I read sole source food provider. Typically, sole source means you're avoiding the bidding requirements that they're sole source and the bidding requirements that are normally required by law by any governing body using public funds. So, but you did bid it out, you said.
Yes, we did do the RFP process. And one other good aspect of this company is they have emergency kitchen operations that they could bring and set up in the event that we were to have like a major catastrophe here where we had a hurricane and took out a power supply. They have portable kitchens they'll bring in to keep everything going.
Okay.
They're an established company in the industry.
Good.
Any questions?
One question, you said your staffing won't change in that number of people.
No.
And who does your kitchen management now?
It's been bounced around between some of the lieutenants kind of handling it and then some of our office personnel, Karen, our budget and finance person. And we really need to get a handle on it because without having somebody down there in a full-time capacity, that's where we're losing stuff in rotation of stock. With good intent, they're making spot buys, but they're not always the best spot buys for us. They look like a good value, but we can't really use that quantity and then we're wasting that. And we want to try to eliminate that waste. And I think it's going to be a good training experience for our people too, to have a professional organization come in and teach them that. And they're also going to provide some training to the inmates that they could probably utilize on the outside to gain employment.
But what you're saying, that you're gonna have a full-time manager from Trinity,
Yes.
and he'll handle all the logistics and the management, buying, purchasing, everything that's involved.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it very much. Appreciate your time.
Up next, we have discussion regarding the opioid funding.
Thank you. So council has an email that I had gotten yesterday and sent today. I'm all for using other funding sources, whether it's ARP or, because I understand where we are. I get the finances. The issue is, I don't want to have you move something to a source that we don't have the rules on. Because remember when ARP first came out, everybody was like, use ARP, and well, I think council, looking back, would have liked to move quicker. We couldn't do things 18 months ago. So these opioid rules, yes, we got $1 million in a bank account. We just got the rules. Have some other counties put together committees and stuff? Yes, but I don't want to have you move a position for the coroner and then say it's not eligible. I've got to come back and take money out of reserve. So with Lynn Hill and with Ryan Hogan, we sat down and we're looking at putting together a committee, having the committee work with other counties, don't reinvent the wheel. And if we come back in the first quarter of 2023 or the last quarter, we don't know how long it's going to take, but give council updates. If it's not until the third quarter, hey, the first quarter came, we formed a committee, we checked with other councils, other municipalities. This is what they're doing. And then maybe we can move something in 2023. That's our intent. So, we're not just punting, but we don't want to promise, hey, move this position from this funding pot to another one, and then it's not eligible. So I had Lynn and Ryan on the phone, but I told them I was trying to move it along because it's work session. So if you don't have any questions, I think we're okay.
Anybody have any questions?
I just think that's a good approach.
Yeah.
And, this is what other counties have been doing. So you get in line with them. I think that's a good idea so that there's nothing unusual that we might look into that somebody's already looked into and said, no, that's not the way to go, or yes, that is a permission. So I think it's a very good approach.
Any other questions? We'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is the ARPA funding discussion. Ms. McDermott, I don't know if you have any suggestions for the initial.
No, I don't. I certainly would like to be able to find someone who would be able to do this rather quickly. And CEO wants a lot of they want to know exactly what we want before they even tell us what they can do. So if we were going to use CEO, I think that's what we need to do is narrow it down to what we want. And supposedly they could find, because they have a bunch of different programs.
I think that either way, we should have some parameters that we leave here with tonight regarding maybe like income bracket, age, something like that. And then if there's like a specific program that we feel comfortable with, I know I've consistently said I would like to go to like home heating assistance or something like that due to the price of heating your home and energy prices. I know that might be questionable under ARP depending on how we word it, but if we can at least give it to a program that maybe is already established, I'd be fine with that. But we can also continue to look at what Wilkes-Barre City did because they seem to have a pretty effective program. But if any other council members have any thoughts or ideas.
Just going back to the heating, they've gotten drastic increases from the state and they fall under the LIHEAP.
Yeah.
So I don't think we want to go duplicate a program that somebody's already.
LIHEAP, you're right, the state has funded that, but they only fund it to a certain level. And I know everybody got that same email I got. Somebody filled their oil tank or partially filled it. It was $600, $900, and they got $300 reimbursement.
But they're eligible to go back too.
Until the funding is.
Once the funding's.
Yeah, what I would suggest is if you're gonna look at that heating, is maybe put some money aside and say, hey, this is emergency. If people run out of their eligibility for the LIHEAP.
Brian, you been in contact with Booth at all about this?
I did. I think the issue is like Mr. Lombardo said and Ms. McDermott said. I mean, I think council needs to determine, are you trying to do something like the end of this year or in 6 weeks? Are you trying to do something that's more beneficial? And it's the same discussion you're having when you're doing the applications. Now, if we use projects for county projects, that's great for the budget, but then there's other people that aren't getting that money. So I think this group needs to determine, what you want to do or A, B, and C. And then we can go to Booth and CEO and say, in a month, we can have a project, or, hey, we can just, use the ERAP program and just fund it. But until council comes up with something, it doesn't matter if it's CEO or somebody else, they're not gonna be able to help you.
Vice Chair. We've been sitting on this money for a long time now, and there are people deeply in need right now out there. I think we move on just this aspect with the CEO very quickly. And I mean, let's not wait till the winter's half over or almost over and then say, here, we got some money for you for heating costs. There's winterization programs that they do in these homes also to help prevent the escape of heat in their homes. A lot of these older homes that people rent or actually own. So I propose we move quickly, pick an amount, maybe it's 5 million, I don't know. And if that's not enough, maybe 6 months or a year from now, or 9 months, we do another 3 million. But I think we start with something, at least like you said, let's not walk out of here tonight with 10 question marks and go, well, we'll talk about it again, in the future. I'd hate to see that.
My suggestion of CEO, and I know there were a couple of members of council who said maybe we should look for somebody else or whatever. Really, I'm just looking for somebody that will administer this plan for us. And if we can get an organization to agree to it, I know that when myself and Ms. McDermott contacted CEO, they had a lot of questions for us as to what exactly we wanted. So, if we can come up with that, that would be.
And if we can't, go through all the, trying to go through applications of individuals that would be applying. So that's why we want to go to a place, an organization that has it all set up. We have these people ready to go. Okay, here's the funding.
Right.
But, is heating going to be fine for the ARP? Is that?
Well, that's the thing, will it tie back into COVID, right? You have to tie it back into COVID somehow.
Inflation, right?
Can't be inflation.
Right.
So what about with winterization? With that?
That could be home health and safety.
Yeah, I think home health and safety.
If you say winterization, then that's not.
No, Mr. Lovett said, I'm gonna have to go after Booth, but I need some, something, whether it's blighted property, whether it's winterization, whether you want to copy or expand on Wilkes-Barre's program, that's all fine, and I can ask Booth all three. But I think whether CEO is gonna do it, Penn Northeast or anybody else, this council needs to, even if there's an A, B, and C, looking at these 3 or 4, I can do that with food,
Okay, so let's.
but you need something to go to, nobody's gonna run a program if they don't know what the parameters are.
And the other question is if the state is sitting on, I guess, billions of dollars worth of money too, right? So would it behoove us to ask the state reps and the state senators in our area if they're going to be doling out more money to CEO, you know, and entities like that?
I'd be reluctant though to drag our feet on it. We have the money, we're sitting on it. We have to give it to somebody, right? We have to give it out. And these are all Luzerne County residents that they help. I say tonight we move forward with something.
At least handle the income guidelines and all that stuff, poverty rates, or we come up with that too.
I would assume we would have to probably come up with that, you know, it's people that fall under senior citizen age, so.
Yeah, we've got some data from the county back in October, so almost 8% of people age 65 and up are at or below poverty line.
Is there a number associated with that?
Let's see,
Sorry.
approximately. No, there's not.
Okay.
Well, we can get that.
What percentage is that, Matt?
Almost 8%.
Of 65 and older.
I'm surprised it's only 8%.
And then there's more data on owner occupied units, renters units too. We decide on that. I know we talked about that too. But,
Well, is it okay to say we don't care if it's owner occupied or rented?
yeah.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
I think you have to go that way, otherwise. you
Yeah.
have a-
Let's do that.
And,
Yeah.
So what are we saying, winterization primarily to see?
For seniors? or
I-
is this-
No,
First,
Leanne
I would
and
say
John, you
seniors.
guys talk to the CEO people. What I suggest is you look at their menu of programs.
They didn't want to,
Yeah, but
they're
it-
like, you got to narrow it down. We have
right.
a lot
and
of
if-
programs.
Ask them for what they have in place now.
yeah, we
Bring that back
we
to
did
them.
ask them that question, and
Yeah,
they just kind of.
Go to their website.
Yeah.
They're all there.
So are you saying it's not gonna matter, like, say, weatherization with owner or renter?
It doesn't.
I don't think it.
That's the state.
So
made
we're
that.
gonna reward a slumlord for letting the windows missing and then go in and fix his building. That's kind of bizarre to me.
You may think it's bizarre, but you have to
I'm
follow the
sorry, I'm
rules.
not in favor of that. I think that's ridiculous.
That's just,
People that will be.
Because there's the people that make a good living at doing that. And then they're the ones hurting these people, and we're gonna reward them by fixing up the landlord's house. That's crazy.
Unfortunately, a lot of people that are paying rent can't afford to own a house.
Well, I would tell them to move.
Where?
There's other places. I mean, you don't have to put up with that nonsense.
Well,
And they should be reported for renting something like that.
they should be.
Well,
You're
absolutely.
right.
Well, landlords don't.
What we should do is start a hotline in the county too to turn people like that in. Jesus. I just sat and thought about that. I said, this is crazy.
And landlords, though, they don't pay for heating oil or fuel for the tenants, so that's something we could safely give out. Because people have to pay for that themselves.
Well,
I don't care if it's $300, you know, whatever, for the 8% of below poverty, whatever, but that's a
8%,
good
I
start.
think is a real number, to be honest with you. People 65 and older,
Well,
usually it's high.
I mean, I did the math on 10 million, I don't think it's 5 million, whatever, it's just half of that. But it was 10 million divided by $500 a person, or it would be 22,000 people. If it's 5 million, obviously, it would be 11,000 people. So whatever that 8% of 65 is, I'm not sure what the number is, but we can adjust that to hit that number.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it's gonna be more than 20 or 30,000 people.
It can't be even more than 11, because if 8% is 11,000, you're looking at 12 times 11,000, you're looking at 132,000 people are 65 or older in the county.
Yeah, that's
That's not,
possible,
I don't know.
I think that's, no, I don't, 132 out of
I don't know.
220.
That's what I said. They're not 65 and older,
No.
132,000. So the 11,000 would be safe.
Okay,
Total,
well, that's just, like I said, that's just the number.
11,000 people.
Is that what you're thinking, $500?
Well, I just used $500 as
I'm
the
just-
metric. I think if I had
just trying to
300
keep
as
up
well, and it turned out to be 33,000 something or another.
So
Well, my suggestion would be start with 300,
Okay.
go through and anybody's eligible, you know, just do what you want to do with that. And then, you know, at some point in time, we're gonna reach a point where we have most of the money distributed or assigned, or whatever the right word would be. There may be money there at that time. You can go back to the same people who've already determined their eligibility And whatever you want to do there, if you have 5 million or 3 million, you know,
I have a question. CEO, they help all people that come to them, even people that make 150,000 a year?
they have
Or-
eligibility requirements.
Well, we don't have that here. That's where I'm going. So let them use their eligibility requirements. Why are we trying to figure
Well,
that out here?
that's what we sort of said to them and asked them, and they said, well, you have to pick.
No, they can pick. They can pick. We'll give
Yeah,
them
but they
money.
need to know something, like, we have to give them some direction.
We're not gonna give them.
It was
income
more,
level
it was more the other way around, is that we wanted to know something. and they
Okay,
told
all right.
us- Yeah.
But that's not for us to pick income levels and all that. I mean, we don't know. We're not versed in
Well, they
that.
know what poverty level is, and all that- they have all that information, so.
So we'll say for
It's
heating,
easy for
like
them.
$300 for heating to eligible
I agree with that.
households. And then
Yeah, it's over here 400, it's so expensive. 400.
I don't know, maybe we should start at 3 and work our way.
Well, I
up.
think if you start at 3, you can
Okay.
always
Yeah,
go up.
We can go up, we can go up.
All right, 300. I'm good with that.
towards heating.
Towards eating,
If it works.
seniors.
Yep, seniors.
Or utility, could it be utility, electric? or
Poverty. though, right?
Gas.
Okay,
I think it was,
I mean, everybody.
yeah, we have to restrict it to 65 and over.
That's what I'm saying, just poverty.
Yeah.
Basically.
Poverty.
Yeah, so not just seniors then?
Yeah, but a single mom has 3 kids.
All right,
Because you have
okay.
people on
Yeah.
SSI.
Yeah, that makes sense.
People with disabilities.
That's
More
understandable.
line with ARP, I'm sure, too.
Right.
True, okay.
That works.
Okay. If heating is not eligible,
Well,
what's
I
the
was gonna say
second?
weatherization.
What's the second, like you said, ABC?
Weatherization, probably, like Greg just said, yeah, would probably be a good.
So I mean, that helps you with your heating bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And they put new furnaces in.
And that lasts
sometimes and things.
year over year, it's not just one.
Yeah,
payment. It's not
new-
one-time payments.
New cellar windows and all that kind of stuff.
With
Yeah.
winterization though, would we have a price? You know, like $300 isn't gonna get you much.
They can tell you exactly what they cost out.
What they
against
would
the
need.
Program now.
Okay,
So
per need
you
then.
should be able to find that pretty easy.
Okay, so that would just be per need. A third option if,
The problem with winterization is that their staff,
and
like everybody else, they don't have a surplus of staff.
well, we'll ask, the que- or you know, have
Those
somebody
are
find
questions
out.
to ask.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
third, is there a third option that we could think of, just in case?
Small portion,
Just thinking food banks.
I know.
for a
it's like-
small
Okay.
portion.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Means that they're not.
Also, years ago, I had a tenant, when I was renting, and she lost her job temporarily. She was laid off. And she didn't have money to pay rent. She went down to CEO. The CEO paid her rent for a few months. They do that too. So if someone loses their job and they're hard on their luck, down on their luck. So I don't know if that's something to consider.
Right, this is the rental assistance program, is there still money in that?
There is, I don't think much, but I think there is a little bit.
Did you ever put windows in that house?
Yeah, good windows.
All right,
So
so,
like countywide though, we've got 14.6% total poverty, total population.
Yeah. That's a,
So
that's.
that's not restricted.
Good to start.
Seniors,
Yeah.
That's total, of the approximately
Right.
225,000.
14% poverty?
14.6.
And was there about 330,000 people roughly? So what's that times 0.146?
Only about like 40,000. Now, 10%,
Almost
about
43,000.
33,000.
And then half of that.
48,000.
50,000.
About 50,000.
Yeah, 48,000.
There's about 50,000 people that fall in that poverty category.
Well,
But I don't know how many CEO helps.
Or how many are the households?
but, yeah. Yep,
I think you would find out through the food bank, they help a large number of people,
yeah.
big numbers.
They do food too there.
They have a
Yeah.
food bank, it's okay, and similar, but then they distribute it out to all the food pantries they call them.
Right.
Like the church has one.
St.
somebody-
Vincent de Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kingston, the Methodist church is right there, they have one. So they have all kinds of, I think probably have 120 associated members, some of which are not in Luzerne County though. They serve 4 counties. the food bank. So you have to be careful with it.
And, we get done with this, another great organization, and I have no affiliation with them, but the Salvation Army, Luzerne County, there's several of those outposts, or whatever they call them. And they strictly help very poor people. They put clothes on their backs and they feed them. I've been in them, they have big pantries full of canned goods. They're a great organization, so, even if you gave them 50 grand, they go a long way at the Christmas season. And if there's 5 or 6 of them in a county, talking $300,000 or $400,000, which is a pittance with all this money we're sitting on. And we'd help an awful lot of people at Christmas time. I'd love to see us do that.
Well, we have a couple of things now that we can think about, and we can verify and ask a little bit more questions. So I think we're in a better direction now than we were. And, just to apologize a little bit. I mean, I wish that, we had a little bit more clarity on some of this earlier, but obviously there's a million other things going on. So this kind of fell by the wayside a little bit, at least on my end. But if there's nothing further on that, Mr. McGinley, did you want to discuss your couple of things?
We've all been working our way through the applications. And the one thing I noticed that some organizations or agencies, whatever, have more than one application in for American Rescue Funds. And my strong feeling is you get one bite at the apple, and then we move on to somebody else. You want to take the second or third application, whatever it might be, put in a separate pile, and we get to the end of the application process, and we need to assign other monies, we could do that. But I really think it's important that we try to get as many different groups that serve many different populations, instead of giving the same group the same population more money. And it was Mr. Scavenge. Mr. Sweats gave me townships and boroughs, what they got in the American Rescue Funds. So I'll make sure that I send that out to everybody.
Yeah.
Now it's a whole list across the Commonwealth. I tried to highlight Luzerne County people. And the cities I don't have yet, but I'll research that. I know Wilkes-Barre got like 37 million.
Yeah,
that's exactly what we're doing.
And we have, right now, we're looking at having the applications done by December 28th.
Yeah.
Will be the due date of the last one.
And the second part is, the county has a lot of applications in, which is fine. But I would like to get a little more information about them so we make good choices. My firm belief is if we could do something in the county that qualifies and fits into the scheme of things, that helps everybody over the population of the county. So if we can do something there, I'd like to hear a little more information about them. So if it's possible to have those people that will apply, put those applications in, we come in one evening, we could talk to them a little bit, get some discussion, and then we would have a clear understanding, I think, of what our needs are.
Those are in a separate pool, correct?
No.
The county. They're, okay.
They're labeled different. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
INT, internal. Took me a while to figure that out.
I was gonna say. Okay.
Brian, could you please see if anything would qualify with 44 Airport for that ARPA money? Sure. Thank you.
Any other comments before moving to public
I
comment?
don't know, does anybody have any thoughts about a couple of things I mentioned? I mean,
No, I agree. One app per entity is a good idea.
Yeah.
But we're still scoring them all? I mean, as we're going.
Well, you have to score them because that's what, but I think
Oh,
you
but
say,
after, oh, yeah.
somehow we contact those organizations and say to them, what's your top number one? What's your number one priority?
They both fall.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that we would maybe just have to tell them not to tell us that though until after
We're all done.
until after we're all done, because at that point, then Booth probably won't be too happy if we, we've already scored some where there's been multiple projects. So for us to say, okay, we'll just completely ignore this project and only score this one.
Score all.
No, I was gonna
You can
score.
you can score anything you want, but I think we have to.
Well,
say-
I understand that. I'm just saying, I think
And
we
I
should
think
just
they
wait
put
until
that-
after, like if they want to say December 29th, send us an email saying this is your top project. That's all.
Well,
That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
just put the message out there that,
Yeah.
at some point in time, we're gonna ask you for your priority.
Right.
Yes.
And I think that's too much to ask, really. I think that's.
Yeah.
We probably should have made that a little clearer, but, you know, this is, we never run through this type of process.
Trial and error. Any other points of discussion? All right, hearing none, moving to public comment. Mr. Griffin?
Council, Greg Griffin, Sportsville. It's very encouraging to hear the discussion tonight. I know you received a lot of communications from the citizens. Mr. Mitchell, his stats on poverty, citizens in poverty is shocking. Mr. McKinley's right, it's probably higher. I think we're gonna probably miss Christmas. By the time you get any type of cash, it's a shame with 18 months with the money, but I really think the CEO does not weatherize landlord homes. We can check and verify that. I think they only do homeowners that of income-based qualifications. CEO could expand their overtime, whether or not they can find any more employees, they can expand the overtime to try and cut down the backlog of up to 3 years now for weatherization. It's not going to help a lot of people this winter, unfortunately. The heating bill assistance, there's the utility companies, the oil companies. I'm sure they have some sort of arrangement where Mrs. Booth or an organization could send a block amount of money from council, from ARP, and they could get some more heating assistance out there for this winter that could be crushing. But the best thing with the CEO is nail them down. That the money you're going to give them is only for weatherization. And to expand the crews or for overtime to help more people this winter that they can. And like Councilman Williams said, winterization is the gift that keeps on giving because it helps with the air conditioning, the heating, winter and summer here on for a long time. So that's very important, but it's encouraging. It's just so important that the people get some sort of relief, income-based. Most of the people aren't going to qualify, unfortunately, but it's taxpayer money. It's for income-based people, and got to get some help out to them as quick as you can. I don't think they're going to get any Christmas support, but at least if they know council's addressing it, heating assistance through your utility companies. I'm sure they have programs. They could tell council, we'll take care of it. Because they do light heat qualifications for income-based. They have it all set up. Weatherization, CEO does an excellent weatherization program. They just don't do enough of it because they're strapped. And so council's money would help them into the future to help the seniors and poverty people that own homes, but not for landlords, of course. So that's a sticking point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Anybody else? Public comment?
Quick question.
Brian.
Yeah, he was just thinking of it. No, I forgot it. Go ahead. I haven't eaten in 2 days.
Controller Griffin.
They'll come back.
That was well said. Go ahead.
You was there for a meatball hoagie?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you are. You just left. You would have got the meatball hoagie.
When Mr. Thornton's trying to think, just quickly, I know the council has a lot on their plates with the ARPA money, the budget, the search committee, and all the things that are on your plate to think about. One of the things you need to think about is to get in the ordinance on the ballot for the search committee, for the charter. I know that's something that seems far away for the primary, but it really isn't. When you count back 20 weeks, 20 Tuesdays from the primary, it's like January 27th is the deadline. I would strongly suggest that you get it at least introduced at your next meeting so you can start. I don't think council will probably meet on the 20th, but if you do, it'd be a great time to do your public hearing and do the vote on that, and then it can proceed because you got to wait 15 days from there for it to become law before it can be put on the ballot and get processed through. Time is fast going by with the holidays coming up on us so quickly. The 20th is going to be here, and you guys don't want to meet on the 20th before Christmas, but there may be things that you're going to have to get together to talk about. It would be a good thing to get on the agenda for the first week of January is the 3rd for council, and then you won't begin meeting every 2 weeks again. So your time frame is going quickly away to get that question put on the ballot for the people of this county. And I know it's come up to this council many times, and many people have expressed on council, you would like to get a study commission together to review the charter. Now is the time to get the office of law, get that to you at the next meeting, to get that on the agenda. So you can at least get it introduced and then put it up for a vote. If it fails, then it's done. But if it doesn't, then you can get the timeline done and get your work done. But that's pretty important, and that time frame is coming January 27th, I believe, as far as I can count, it's the deadline to get that on the ballot. So if you would consider that, that would be very helpful. And I think that the only other question that I had on my note was the $300,000 that we get in interest from the ARPA money. Or where do we budget that? Do we budget that somewhere? Is it, how much do we get in a month?
Mr. Sweats could tell you.
I think at the end of October for this year, we had about 45,000.
For a month?
For the year.
Oh,
not
for the year.
month.
Okay, I apologize then.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
a
it's
little
not,
different.
it would be great if it was 300,000.
Yes, it
would.
Yeah, that'd become a
Yes,
whole
it
pretty
would.
quick, wouldn't it?
Especially if it's per month. We
Yeah,
really like
correct, correct. Okay, that's all I have for you. Thanks for your time tonight. I know it's all 8 nights, so I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
I chewed on the pen and I remember. A lot of these applications we're reviewing have personnel they want to hire to implement their program. If we were giving money to CEO, and that's truly their concern about not having enough workers, we designate or denote a certain amount of money to give CEO to 5 or 6 workers temporary for 1 year out of the ARP money and pay for them with the requirement that they solely work on the winterization backlog and what we're gonna give them. If you could just ask that question.
Yeah,
If we-
I don't know, but yeah, I can ask.
There's a lot of projects we're looking at on the apps that personnel
But
salaries.
we can't sole work on the weatherization. Well, it depends on a lot of factors, weather, programs. I think your idea is great as far as providing money to make sure they have the workers' compensation covered.
Yeah.
But if sole working on, no, that's not gonna work.
I just don't want them working on everything else that the CEO.
Well, I
is back on
understand, but
For years.
I would hope that, you know, when the emergency's over or whatever, they'll put more people back on the weatherization.
Well, if you can look into that, Brian.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anything else? Any other public comment? Hearing none.
Motion adjourned.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right.
Nice.
Thanks, everybody.